Jang! I hope you guys can see and hear me okay. Because as soon as I immediately started streaming, OBS is like, oh, you've got a shitty connection. You are unstable connection. So I hope everything's coming through okay tonight. We're just going to continue through with it. It's been tech difficulty after tech difficulty tonight. It took me 5 ever to be able to get the Switch to broadcast properly to this and the audio to play out. So I literally had to unplug everything, plug everything back in, reset. It's been a time tonight. So hopefully that's the end of it. Hopefully things start leveling out because I want to get back into this. Yeah, so we were on Ignis's route and I remember we were what were we doing? We went back to Bestia because I know we left and we came back. Uh what was it? There was a Minotaur problem. There was something. Their cloudy eyes. Something. We ran into some guy last time. I know this is incredibly insightful information, not vague at all. But there was some guy that seemed to potentially be associated with it, if not behind it. And so we're just gonna continue from here. So let's see here. Make sure that looks good. Okay, it looks good there. And I'm hoping you guys can hear me. Mike says you can hear me. Okay. Alright, let's continue going through back to the hellscape that is Bestia. As soon as we exit the stronghold, Mr. Rindo pulls out his transmitter.
ミカド、もう自由に喋っていいぞ。今までの話を聞いてどう思った？
Oh, we did talk with people, didn't we? Oh my gosh, he's so quiet. You know what? That's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. Even though I couldn't see Dr. Mikoto's face right in front of me, I could see he was frustrated, sitting crossed-armed on the call. Stream was buffering. Stream. I can't complain. It's probably not Twitch, it's probably my internet. Nobody else is having problems. I'm the only one having problems in the house. It might as well, right? Everyone else in our group was the same, pondering with arms crossed or rubbed chins. They were all completely preoccupied with the idea of Ignis's rampage instinct.
魔獣としての闘争本能が強いといえばそこまでだが、そもそもの話、暴走するのは本当にイグニスだけなのだろうか。ねえな。
Oh, quiet.
俺もないっすね。
自称とはいえ。Oh
right, I was kind of sus of Dromi last time too. I'm never a big fan of Dromi, but what's the word? We're trying. I want to help Ignis. That's like my goal, right? And the goal could potentially to be at least learn about what he's got going on, his berserker instinct, whatever, where he just sees red, right? But I remember Dromi was like, you can't do this! You can't do this! You're going to take away the one thing that makes Ariki what he is, and his strength is what makes him who he is. And I'm just like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, you're terrible. You're terrible. You're the 4-letter S word in regards to him. But Dromi. There's more and more. You know, I'm just glad Dromi's not around. Because he is the only character that I've come across so far that I hate. Mikoto I could deal with. Dromi I hate. I fucking hate him. He's obnoxious. Mikoto's obnoxious, but I can deal with him to some degree. Dromi can go jump off something.
実は気がついてないだけで、ベニトルっていう種族全体が実はみんな暴走できちゃうとか?
No, you would think with a group called the Firewolves that at the very least they would have some sort of martial prowess or ability to fight or strategic something or other, right? You'd think they would at least have some form of defense for themselves considering they're wolves and fire. But if I remember correctly, they said that they were the ones that were bullied a lot. Did he go even further beyond? Did Ignis go even further beyond?
いや、だとしたらそれこそ前例の一つや二つ少しは残ってるはずだろう。
Well, there's always a chance for a first.
ですが、ある日唐突に
種族通しての異端な存在が生まれてくるというのも考えづらいです。
カリアもしかりだが、力というものは血に色濃く影響される。
Maybe you ate something. You're always eating, so maybe you ate something as a kid.
やはり何かしらの要因がビニトルという種族にあるのではないか。
つってもな、本気で心当たりなんかねえぞ。
At the very least, we can analyze it.
死んだ親父もおふくろも普通のビニトルだったって聞いてるしよ。
So you hear, but they also kept the fact that they also kept from you the fact the people of the clan kept the fact that you killed everybody. Which, like, I don't know if I would also be telling a young kid that, but at the same time, he's what, 24 now, 23, something like that. I kind of would be telling him that, but at the very least, not only that, but they kind of ostracize him. So I don't know if I would believe what they tell you, my dude. I sat deep in thought, hoping to grasp the flicker of some great epiphany that would answer and ease all our concerns at once. But sadly, I was no expert. Truthfully, I hadn't the faintest clue what could induce a beast into a rampage. From my perspective, it felt like a submission. It felt like a submission to a baser self. Those minotaurs we encountered had certainly given credence to the claim. So I mumbled out loud. Is there anything in the realm of simple features or qualities that make him different? Like, what separates IGNIS from other beasts? Well, he's an otome route. But if I were to guess, if the answer was so easy to begin with, we wouldn't be in our current situation. Something that originally was more than a blind pitch thrown under my breath.
Huh?
いや、
Why you look at me like that?
食べることに決まってるじゃない。
Oh, I already talked about this, yeah. I already talked about this. Maybe he's got a... Maybe IGNIS has a wolf spirit residing inside him. And so not only does he have to eat for him, but he has to feed the demon soul inside. Uh-huh. Miser, Mr. Rindo, and Mikado all had apparently picked up on my idea, synchronized in their declaration.
は？
I talked about how hungry you were. The claim caused Ignis's jaw to drop, as he shot a wide-eyed stare back at them.
いや、イグニス、君、アンシャンテで普通に食事してるよね。
Yeah, and you eat a lot of it. You literally ate me out of house and home the other day. We do shopping.
おう、そりゃ今更確認しなくても毎日のように見てることじゃねえか。確かに魔獣は本来飯がいらねえもんだけどよ。別に食ったからってどうこうねえだろ。
Oh yeah, but you were like on the I thought about this last time. I don't know if I talked about it, but at least the thought crossed my mind that we established that Ignis's kind does not need to eat. But he came in that one day just about like on the brink of death, and he talked about that Grandpa also saved him from quote unquote being on the brink of death because he was starving, you know? So I was thinking, I was like, why is he like this? If his others in his species aren't, then why what happened to Ignis to make him like voraciously hungry, you know? Like what about it made him have the need to consume food to turn calories into energy when nobody else has to?
いや、なんというか、その前提が間違ってるんだよ。
いいかい、イグニス君。魔獣は食事が不要なんじゃなくて、食べられないのが正解なんだよ。
Oh,
せいぜい氷や水を摂取できれば。
they cannot eat, so they don't have anything to process it?
もしかしてイグニス知らな
Okay,
かったの？
he's not the sharpest crayon on the box, so
当たり前のように食べてるから今まで指摘しなかったけど。
はあ？
you can eat food, Ignis. That's your specialty. Ignis's cry echoed through the tundra so loudly it nearly triggered an avalanche. His reaction was shock, then anger. Not that the distinction saved us from flinching. Bees can't eat? How do you explain Ignis eating enough to feed a whole family in one sitting every single day? Like I said, maybe he's got that wolf soul, that demon wolf soul inside him that needs, that hungers. The hungers. It is a
一体
paradox.
どういうことなのだ。
Mikado cleared his throat, looking around the room as he continued. Is this... If I remember correctly, he was like, Ignis, give me your blood. Ignis, give me your blood. Every time he shows up, is this the reason why he wants his blood? To figure out, why can this one eat? This one's special.
まあ、多種族の体構造なんて知る機会がなければ知らなくて当然だろうさ。
Well, I don't think many beasts are going to be like, yeah, just let me let you do an what's it called? An open cavity exploratory. I don't think that most beasts are probably going to allow you that.
一応簡単に説明するとね、君たち人外4名のうち3名、ミシェル君、イル君、カヌス君。
Can consume food, but doesn't mean they
この
want
3
to.
名は我々の知るところの言葉で言うならば霊的な存在に当たるんだ。メカニズムは解明できていないけど、彼らは人間と同じく取り込んだものを自身の活
And
動
they can
エネルギ
eat
ーへ
tree
と
bark
変
and
遷する。
consume it into energy. They can eat a cookie and consume it into energy. They can eat light and consume it into energy.
イグニス君、君だけはそれは不可能なはずなんだよ。
Why is that?
理由は至極簡単。
They're just not built for it?
デスティアに生息する人
Yeah, they just aren't built for it.
彼らは消化器官を持ち得ないからだ。
Did someone implant a digestive system within you, Ignis?
僕が今までに検体として見てきたベスティアの魔獣300体余り、そのいずれもが証拠だ。
Hmm.
胃も腸もない生態である君が食事という行為を
You
当然
managed to
の
somehow
ようにこ
eat.
なしている。
Hmm.
他の魔獣との差異は何か、それを気にするのであれば、これ以上のことは。
I said this as a joke earlier, but to think that this is actually the line of thinking we're going down. Soon after, he howled, then fell speechless.
帝がイグニスの血液サンプ
Yeah.
ルを欲しがっていたのも、それが理由だった
He
ね。
was asking for Ignis's blood.
そうだとも、結局一滴もくれなかったけど。
Okay, well, if you're just going around being like, give me some blood, I don't think most people are going to give you blood, Mikado. Especially knowing, not that you're going to feed it to her, but after knowing what your little stuffed animal is now. Come to think of it, Kororo didn't make a pass at the fish I gave him. And the most drumming I ever had at Enchante was a cup of coffee or ice cream. Hello, GM Streamline, welcome in. Oh, thank you for the follow too. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the memory database. How are you doing tonight? We're playing Cafe Enchante, which is an otome visual novel. So we're dating not mythological, but like supernatural hot anime dudes. We're currently on the Firewolf's route. We're currently on his route to sea, and we're in his universe right now, trying to figure out what's going on with him because he's a little strange. I'm glad you're doing good.
はい、そうっすね。おい、こら、ドローミ。
Oh, did Dromi never point this out? See, I never let Dromi.
そんな、なんで
You
言わなかったみたいな願稿を送らないでほしいっす。
You literally talk about everything and anything, and you're so into Ignis. You're his little groupie, and you never mention this to him.
俺だって兄貴が飯食ってるの疑問に思ってたっすよ。でもビニトルの特徴
But
なのかな
you
と思ってたんすよ。
literally grew up with the Firewolf clan, Dromi. You're being I don't know if I trust this. Are you being sus or are you just a dumbass right now? It's hard to figure out. Who could have known his eating, which to us seemed normal, had unseen consequences? How do beasts normally generate stamina then? You're saying energy doesn't matter to them, right?
生まれつき一生を生きるのに必要なエネルギーというか カ
They're
ロリー
born?
みたいなものを持って生まれるみたいだよ。
How does that work? Did they just have really short lives? No, no, I don't. Because Ignis has been around for at least okay, Ignis is strange, but other ones have been around much longer than Ignis. That's strange. How do you have calories just stored within you that densely? Or do you just have a really like, I guess, low metabolism to be able to function? I don't know. Let's don't think about too much.
それ
Don't think
を
about too
少し
much.
ずつ消費して寿命を迎えるまで生きていくらしいんだ。
Man, imagine if they had like a doctor in this world, and you're not feeling great, and you're just like real young, and then the doctor's like, oh man, you've got a calorie deficiency. You're gonna die in 5 years because you have no more food to consume on your body. That would be terrifying. I never knew that.
イグニスといえば食事。そんなイメージがついていただけに驚きを隠せんな。しかし、さすがに食事が可能であることが暴走本能につながる。
Like I said, what if he's feeding a demon wolf soul inside? I swear, if that's gonna be the plot twist, I'm going to cry. I predicted, like, not necessarily big things, but I predicted a lot of stuff in the story for different routes so far, so I'm gonna cry if that's what's actually gonna happen here. Ignis, on the other hand, had a peculiar reaction to his new oh my gosh, I can read. Ignis, on the other hand, had a peculiar reaction to this new revelation, one that was surprising in its own way. His somewhat thorny demeanor from earlier had almost faded and was now replaced by total shock. What's wrong, Kororo? All of a sudden, Kororo became unsettled and started to wiggle around my arms. Is someone coming? Hmm? What's wrong, Kororo? Okay? What's going on? Yeah! Like a rubber bouncing ball. Like a rubber bouncing ball. Yeah, not a bouncy ball. Rubber bouncing ball. Kororo leapt from my arms. From there, he landed and hopped onto the icy ground. Oh! Yes! Oh my gosh, screeching. Kororo began flapping his arms around the snow, all while calling Ignis' name.
え俺が
Yeah.
ん
Can you understand him, Ignis?
いや、わかるわけね。
I just thought I'd ask. I'm not from Vestia, so maybe you can understand the dialect of other species, the language of other species. I don't know. He's trying his best. Perhaps out of frustration with Ignis' lack of action, Kororo began to flail his arms forcefully. Then he pointed those arms in a certain direction. Someone finally had picked up on the small creature's gestures. It wasn't Ignis, but in fact Mr. Rind of all people. Out of this group, he is the most perceptive.
もしかしてこの方向へ
The most
僕
mature
ら
of
を
the group
連れて
here.
行きたがってるとか
Yeah, I think he wants to go that way.
つっても、あっちは。
Where is that way? Ignis pauses his sentence, shifting his eyes over to Dromi with a strange look of deep concern. Is it where the Minotaur herds are? What's over there?
いや、俺の故郷つか、ティグリスの縄張りだった場所の近くなんすよ。
Where it used to be? Oh, that's right. Dromi's friends and family had also been annihilated by beasts. Sorry, I didn't mean to remind you of bad memories.
いいんすよ。もうずいぶん昔のことっすし、今の俺には兄貴たちがいるっす。あそこ海が近いっすから、コロロ急に泳ぎたくなっちゃったんじゃないっすかね。
I probably not. He's kind of leading us there. I feel like.
調査も行き詰まってることだし、気晴らしぐらいさせてあげようか。
じゃあ俺はもっとビニトルの皆さんに兄貴の話を聞いてくるっすね。
Okay. Thank you. I could only imagine how painful it was to return to the ruins of your fallen kin. Dromi ran back to the Firewolf stronghold with his eyes pointing at the snowy boulders. Dromi, don't feel bad for him.
同情すんな。あいつ自身が気にすんなっつったの。
just saying it to be an ass myself. Ignis immediately says, "Don't feel bad for him." I was gonna say, "Don't feel bad for me." He's obnoxious. I'm glad we're on the same page, Ignis. Yeah, you're right. I wouldn't want to show him any disrespect. I pick Kotaro up and plow my feet through the plushy snow towards the sea to where Kotaro was inexplicably drawn. Water! Time to swim! Close to the shore, the smell of sea salt hits my nose. Kotaro leapt toward the crashing waves. With that momentum, he dove into the ocean.
ああしてるとほんと普通のアザラシにしか見
He's
え
just
ない
having
よ
a good
ね
old time.
SNS 映えしそうですが、また林道に怒られてしまうので自重しておきます。
It's probably a good idea. It was all smiles on that windy beach as Kotaro splashed playfully in the shallow water.
たく、揃いも揃ってゆるい顔しやがって。ここまでの緊張感が
He's
台無しじゃねえ
lightening
か。
the mood, Ignis, okay? He can be swimming around, we can be smiling and thinking about it casually. In the end, nothing could ever take the wind out of Kotaro's sails. Then suddenly, I realized Ignis and I stood side by side, engaging in normal conversation at last. Yes! Yes! It then occurred to Ignis shortly after. He immediately reacted by averting his gaze. Oh, no, I'm saving, but we're getting closer. I'm not letting you run away, Ignis. I'm not letting you run away at all. I forgot this chapter's called The Heretic of Doom. I'm getting closer. I missed the closeness that he and I shared once before. I took an inconspicuous step closer to him. Don't you step away. By the look of things, Ignis didn't exactly try to escape from me, but he still pursed his lip awkward. His lip? His singular lip? His lips awkwardly. It was like we were thrust back in time, an awkward portrait of our early days. It felt rather lonely. I hope that was the right choice. I don't know, I don't want him running. We chilled out for a second and then you came to the realization and I did and you decided to get awkward again, so I'm gonna keep chasing you. Because I know that you want to talk to me. You're being soon. I know it. After our conversation wafted into the ocean air, he and I stared blankly at the water. Hey, Ignis.
なんだよ。
Forgive me if saying this oversteps some kind of boundary, but after earlier, something about it made me happy.
Huh?
Beasts technically don't ever eat because they don't have to, right? If you were one of the beasts that couldn't eat, I would have never seen the look on your face after eating a big meal with that big goofy smile.
ことね。
I know that you're suffering right now, but I still want to spend time with you over at Enchante if you'd like to visit. I want to feed you whatever meal you want. Every day of my life.
毎日。
Every day. Yes. I don't know how to say this, but that's how much I... Don't do that to me. Don't give me that cute little blushy face. How much I... Wait. What was I trying to say? Thanks, Kotaro. Kotaro thrashed at the water violently, which splashed upward and hit Ignis on the face. Time to cool you off. You're getting too warm and blushy. Kotaro's helping you out. You're on the verge of overheating, weren't you? Water droplets trickled from the bridge of his nose to the tip until it dripped down. Ignis held his pose quietly, letting the curtain of water on his face fall slowly to the ground.
ころろ、てめえ。
Unable to contain himself, Ignis nearly popped a vein from trying to roar at Kororo. Roar at Kororo! Oh my gosh, that's a tongue twister. Food? Yes. Eating time! You were refusing food earlier, you must be starving.
Huh?
Eat. Kororo poked his head out of the water to say something unusually. The others who stood watching in the distance gathered toward us, curious about what was going on. Kororo floated joyfully in the water, pointing his big eyes at us. Eat. He's reminding everybody to eat and take care of themselves. Not just Ignis. Everybody make sure you're eating properly, drinking properly. Take care of yourselves. Said Kororo before diving once more into the water and swimming away. Huh? Kororo! Wait, where are you going? The depths obscured Kororo's shadow and suddenly he was gone.
あのバカ、知らねえ土地で好きに泳ぎ回るつもりか。
Kororo, don't run away! We had to hurry and chase him.
どうやら東の方向へと向かったようだが、見失う前に保
Where are
護せ
you
ねば。
going, Kororo?
おい、箱入り、てめえの術でコロロの後を追えるか。
どうした？何か問題があるのならば、無理にとは言わんが。
あ、いえ、まだそれほど離れていないでしょうし、
You
可能
tired?
かと。す
Was
ぐに実
he
行し
using
ま
it
す。
earlier? I can't remember if he was using it earlier. You okay, Yo? Yo soared into the air, casting the same detection spell he had previously used to locate the Pakas.
たく、コロロのやつ。
Why are you running away, Kororo?
仮にも
Don't
こ
run
こ
away
は
from
アル
home.
ムムがいた場所だってのに、怖いもの知らずにも程があんな。
Ignis mumbled to himself, presumably out of concern for Kororo. That's when.
イグニスと餌？食べるはともかく餌なんて。コロロ、
I
い
don't
つ
know.
そんな単語を覚えたんだろ
さあ、僕は心当たりないけど、テレビとか、それか街中で聞いた
Oh,
とか。
whoa, no, I don't want to. Fuck. Here, I hit the button. I have to take a drink of water now. I don't know if we've taken Kororo out in public, in all honesty.
う。それもそっか。けど、なんで全然関係ない
Because
こ
Kororo
のタイミン
knows.
グで。
Kororo is wise and knowledgeable. From a short distance, Meister and Mr. Rindo watched the situation with great curiosity. Thanks to Il's spell, we were able to track Kororo's location. The former angel glided above us, guiding us through the path on our pursuit. But at the end of our long run, we hit a dead end. Our path was blocked by a giant icy boulder. It seemed that the only way we could progress any further would be to dive underwater. Il, noticing our predicament, landed on the ground, albeit while stumbling. Il, take a break. Oh my gosh.
対象の移動停止を
He's
確
so
認しま
tired.
した。
Oh my gosh.
どうやらコロロはこの先にある空間にて待機しているようです。
What do you want to show us?
いる。お疲れ様。でもその様子を見る限り、
You need to take a break.
やっぱりベスティアで琴音を探した時の消耗がまだ回復してなかったんだね。
はい。
Really? It suddenly became evident to me. I noticed how the color had been draining from Yul's face. You didn't hear it in his voice even?
お前な、そういうことは早く言えよ。だったらこっちも無茶させねえっつうの。
ですが、私以外のものでは
You
コ
still
ロ
need
ロ
to
を追
take
う
a
ことがで
break.
きなかったのは事実でしょ
If you pass out, that's that. If you're worried about inconveniencing us by not being helpful, you'd be less helpful if you passed out, sir.
ただ、申し訳ありませんが、これ以降私は秘書以外でお役に立てないかと。
十分だよ、いる。
Exactly.
その
Sit
まま
down
ゆっ
and
くり
rest
休ん
up.
で。
ああ、この程度の行き止まりも、我らには何の障害にもならぬ。
Whoosh. In one swift movement, Kanis unsheathed his blade, raising it into the air and shattering the huge black eyes. Thank you, Kanis. You're so strong. A path opened before us, but its entrance was damp and dimly lit. Is this an ice cave?
ティグリスの縄張り近くにこんなもんがあったのか。
Ignis, it seemed, shared in my wonder at such a secluded location. I wonder why Kororo swam all the way here.
ただの気まぐれだろ。とっ捕まえて説教。
Probably not. He seemed... You may be thinking that. I don't think that, though. Kororo seems to be showing some insight. As soon as we set foot inside, my skin clenched as the stone walls and ground insulated a punishing chill. I took a deep breath, hoping my resolve would warm me in the freezing depths. Wait a second. Haven't we been somewhere like this before? For whatever reason, I feel like this particular CG is familiar. Soon we arrived at an opening. The narrow path emptied into a wide hall. We can stand side by side with room to play. This is... It wasn't exactly a cave, but rather a...
氷で作られた祠みてえだな。
I thought I might have faintly recognized the scene from a historical documentary. Then in the pool of water situated at the center of the shrine was... Kororo! Come here, you dumbass! Don't run off like that again! Kororo poking his head out enthusiastically. Ah, Kororo! We were worried about you! I hold my arms out wide for him to come. Normally whenever I pose like this, Kororo would cry out loudly and leap into my arms, but this time... What's up? Kororo? For some reason, he didn't budge. Instead, Kororo began to swim towards the rear of the shrine. What's here? He emerged from the water and poked a wall with his horn as if to direct our attention to the spot. His tiny horn was pointed at a small engraved etching into the wall.
壁画
It's a wolf. It's a special fire wolf?
いや、絵だけじゃないね。GPM のデータベースで見かけたベスティアの古代文字も薄く刻まれてる。
Kororo turned around, seeing that we had taken notice of the hieroglyphs. Sorry, the hieroglyphics. Oh. Oh.
いきなりなんだ
You telling us a story? Kororo had the mural to his back. Then he began to speak in a manner those of us who normally interacted with him at Enchante had never heard before. The lively mood among our expedition party was replaced by solemn, focused attention. We stood fully entranced by the little creature, as if it were to recite a lengthy tale. So began the little creature. He said to the group as he waddled alongside the mural, narrating it. Tell us a story. All of us jerked in reaction to hearing him speak so clearly. Kororo and Face continued. Trio? I understand 100%. That's the end. As if to signal the end of his story, Kororo cried out as he usually did. Kororo! What's gotten into you all of a sudden? He seems different somehow. As if coming here awoke something inside of him.
それも気になんかなんでいきなりビニトルと俺の名前を出したんだ
I don't know. Also, are these werecats like Dromi? On a whim, I glanced once more at the mural, where I began to parse various beasts and men, illustrated in all manners of situations. Each depiction, I noticed, had wolves dawned in flames connecting each other. Each one.
もしやコロロはこの壁画に描かれている内容に沿い関連性のある単語を発しているのでは？
確かにそんな様子だったね。
He
絵
did.
に合わせてわざわざ移動してたし。
He was giving us his PowerPoint presentation.
随分と古い祠だ。イグニス、何か心当たり
I don't know, it's something familiar to me for whatever reason.
知らねえよ壁画の意味もさっぱりわかんねえ 古代文字も薄すぎてよく見えねえし、どっかのガキが刻んだただの落書きじゃねえの。
This is some talented kid artist. I think these pictures look too purposeful to be that case.
さ、コロロがさっき発した単語、ちょっと俺たちの喋り方に寄せて、順に言い直してみない？
あ？なんでわざわざ
Because he's trying hard for us, Ignis, you dumbass. Listen to him.
いや、君との関連性
What
が
other leads do we have?
なんか気になって、ものは試しってことで
Exactly.
頼むよ。
そこまで言うなら別にいいけどよ。
But how should we rephrase it? I replayed Kotaro's presentation in my head. Yeah, his PowerPoint presentation. I was just joking about that. His PowerPoint presentation about the firewolf mural inside the ice shrine. If I could summon what exactly Kotaro said, I could imitate the words for everyone. Far past Bestia. One day, human came.
シンプルだよね。昔のベスティアって意味だ。
A human showed up in
次は
Bestia. Is Ignis half firewolf, half human? Or at least an ancestor was?
ある日、人間が来た。大昔に人間がこのベスティアに訪れたこと
Fell through a wormhole.
という。
そうそう、そんな感じで。どんどんちゃんと文章になるように訳してみよう。いる。悪いけど、コロロの発言を全部遡ってくれる？
はい、了解しました。
I will
記
replay
憶を
my
再生します
memories.
ね。
Amazing. Eel immediately obliged Miser's request. He began to repeat Kotaro's exact words effortlessly. Do you also have a hard drive for memory? Or for, I guess, for memory storage, Eel? Far past Bestia. One day, human came. But Bestia already. Fire, wolf, there. Wolf, sleep. Wolf, human. Wake up and... food. Lots. Eat. Wolf are... Vinitrio. Tigrish. Conch. Ignis. Wolf. Food. Eat. Become. Become what? If we do what we did earlier to interpret Kotaro's meaning.
はるか昔のベスティアに人間。
元
Whoops, I didn't mean to cut him
は
off.
元のことかな。なら、ベスティアにはもともと炎の狼が存在し。
No, but he said wolves are already here. Okay, I guess it could be dormant, but they were already here.
眠っていた狼は人間が来たことにより目を覚ました。そして餌をたくさん食した。
狼はビニトル、ティグリスは監視。
Ignis is a wolf. When he eats, these qualities are enhanced. Is that right?
だいたいそんな感じだと思うよ。
炎の狼とは、壁画に書かれているこの狼のことで間違いないだろうな。
最初はいかにも伝承って感じな話だったけどよ。
Well, we were talking about food earlier.
その話になんだ。ベスティアに来た人間がその狼にご親切に飯を作ってやったってか。
その詳細はわかんないけど、この狼、呼び方といい共通点といい、
That's true, yeah.
もしかしてイグニスの先祖にあたる魔獣なんじゃないの？
Oh, that's right. The fact it refers to what appears to be ancient firewolves aligns with Ignis perfectly. It even mentions the meeting.
現にコロロは、狼はビニトルとはっきり告げている。
Mr. Rindo let out a sigh in contemplation and placed his hand beneath his chin.
人間がイグニスの先祖に食事を与えてあげたから、子孫のビニトルも食事が可能
We
になった。
changed them a long time ago?
適当に言ったんだが、マジか。
しかしその先から急に話が通らなくなってしまっているな。
Yeah.
イグニスが狼となるって言われても、彼はすでにもともとビニトルだし、その上ティグリスが監視って。
Oh, is the werecat's Tignis? Sorry, I heard Miser say that. I'm just like, I don't know where they mentioned werecat part, to be honest. So, what does it say? Vitriol, Tignish, and then Conch? It watches as in watches over someone? Perhaps it refers to a werecat companion. Maybe Dromi knows something, since he's a werecat? I don't know, he was also really young when he got separated from his clan. As soon as I said that... cold! Suddenly a freezing cold drop of water splashed onto my head. Whoa, that scared me. I suspected some of the flames radiating from Ignis's body melted the ice on the ceiling. I tested my hypothesis by glancing upward, but when I did... look! There's a mural up there too!
何？
As my voice bounced around the stony cave, everyone looked up in unison. What we saw was... I kinda had a feeling this was going to be the case whenever it said, nice bountiful feast. I wonder if they brought food for him. Yeah, they did. A giant firewolf. In other words, Ignis's ancestors. It was a majestic, breathtaking depiction. It appeared to be swallowing what looked like other beasts and humans, one after another. Was it? We lowered our heads and looked around. All of a sudden, Miser's face, which seemed hopeful and cheery just a moment ago, became stern.
さ、イグニス。そういえばビニトルは昔からあらゆる魔獣から迫害され、
Is it because they would
数
eat
を減らしちゃったんだよね。
other clans?
ん？ああ、妙竹林な伝承のせいだよ。
Did you guys do?
それがどうした？
I guess not necessarily human sacrifices, but beast sacrifices and eat them.
よく考えたら、それっておかしくない。君以外のビニトルも能力から見れば、それなりに強力な魔獣なはずだ。つまり昔は数だって多かったはずだね。ならどうして、まるで檻のような氷に閉ざされたあんな辺境へと追いやられていたのか。それは
そりゃあ決まってるじゃないっすか。
I knew you were being sus, Dromi. I never liked you.
古の魔獣たちがこの世界を守るためにビニトルを閉じ込めたからっすよ。俺たちティグリスはその檻の監視役として奴らの隣人になった。
I knew it. I knew it. Duh. I didn't like you and I've been sus at you for a while now. Suddenly a voice echoed from the entrance. An ominous interruption dotted by footsteps. This is why Kororo has never liked you, Dromi. He sensed you and your ill intentions. Kororo stood in front of the mural, growling at the figure in the dark as if to ward it away. There was only one person whom I ever known. Oh my gosh, there was only one person at whom I had ever known Kororo to growl like that. The shadow appeared, opening his arms in a wide and exaggerated manner as if to welcome us. Also, all these rats seem to be following a similar vein of like, oh yeah, a character that's kind of supposedly close to the route character ends up being the like antagonist.
さあさあ
Fuck
皆さ
off.
ん、よくぞたどり着きました。
Fuck off, Dromi.
俺たちティグリスが数千年守り続け、その割にはあっさり忘れちまった最悪の歴史を示す誇らへと。
He raised his voice, beaming with what appeared to be pride.
ドローミ。
Dromi, yeah. What happened? Weren't you back at the Firewolf stronghold?
ああ、それについてはご心配なく。
Taking care.
もう全部
Taking care. Jomi said as much with a wide but disconcerting smile. Something about him unsettled me, something I couldn't place. But I said as much then bluntly. You're scaring me. Get him, Kotaro! Puncture him! The werecat stared back at Kotaro, who continued to growl as he let out a heavy sigh.
にしても残念っす。本当なら一世一代の大舞台で兄貴に全てを話すつもりだったのに、まさか俺がここで計画についてつぶやいてるとき、コロロがここに居合わ
As
せたとはね。
Kotaro's a good boy, unlike you.
さては群れとはぐれた原因ってここに迷い込んだからっすね。
Get him, Kotaro! My attack dog. He don't bite, but he puncture. Ignis stepped forward, as if in Kotaro's defense, despite still processing the big reveal.
いい加減にしろ、ドローミ。てめえさっきから何を意味わかんねえことばっかほざいてやが
It's
る。
your time to monologue. You want a monologue? You ass?
計画ってのは何のことだ。それにさっきのこの世界を守るために魔獣たちが俺らビニトルをこの辺境に閉じ込めたってのは。
え？そのまんまの意味っすよ。
Jomi offered a casual rebuttal, as if it was any other conversation.
要はアルムムたちが今行おうとしてることと同じっす。まあくだらねえ雑魚魔獣っすけど、真実を知った奴らは奴らなりにこのベスティアを守ろうとしてたってことっすね。イグニスという未来の大災悪から。
だからその意味がわかんねえっつってんだ。
He's
このアホ
gotta
とら。
be dramatic. Don't forgive him, actually. Don't forgive him.
下手な役者気取りなんぞしねえでシンプルに質問に答えやがれ。
He's gotta have his super villain monologue.
皆さんが訳したこととその天井の壁画に描かれていることが全ての真実っすよ。
Normally, Dremley would shrink or run at the sight of Ignis's threats, but he didn't bat an eyelash. Nor did he flinch at Ignis's screamed in it. As Ignis... Oh my gosh. As Ignis screamed in anger. That doesn't need a possessive apostrophe S, much less the extra S at the end. He was no longer the coward hiding behind Ignis, relying upon him for strength.
とはいえ他ならぬ尊敬する兄貴からのご要望、お望み通りシンプルにお答えするっす。いいっすか？天井に描かれているビニトルの先祖、その魔獣はかつてこのベスティアであらゆる魔獣と人間をほふり世界を破滅寸前まで追いやった化け物なんすよ。
化け物。
And that was...
これでわかっただろ。イグニス、てめえはな、ベスティアでただ一人の魔獣でもなんでもねえ。
Why is this guy so loud? Like, just like close to the mic loud versus just loud in general. Ignis recalled the fated conversation.
まさかイグニスの暴走本能って。
そう、その通り。この化け物の子孫ゆえの本能っす。とはいえビニトルの中でも特に色濃く化け物の血を継いでいる兄貴にしか起こらないことっすけど。
ドロミ、その口ぶりからして
Well, duh, he's acting...
イグニスの暴走
He's
本
acting
能
all
について
big here.
気がついていたのか。
もちろんっす。兄貴のことならなんでも把握してるっすよ。
Yeah, cause you're a simp.
過去兄貴が行った大虐殺の時も実はバッチリ見てたっす。
His confession rang as words of betrayal to Ignis.
てめえ全部知ってて黙ってやがったのか。
Why? For what purpose?
別に教えてもいいっすけど、それより いいんすか？ビニトルたちを孤立させちゃって。
Well, yeah, I remember you saying you took care of everything at the Firewolf stronghold.
あのコロロの仲間探しの時の騒動みたいに、あそこにいい狩り場があるって俺がアルムムたちに
Go ahead and toss him in the lake. We'll leave Kororo to take care of him in the water. It'll be great. And then we'll go back to the Firewolf stronghold. So like we'll be hunky dory. No. He said as much with a chuckle. Ignis's face dropped and he immediately sprinted towards the shrine's entrance. Ignis! Wait!
追いかけるよ。イグニスを一人にしちゃダメだ。
おっと、お客さんが舞台に上がるのはマナー違反っす。
Jomi lowered his shoulders as if on cue. And then a deranged band of minotaurs came rushing into the cave.
ことね、コロロを抱えて下がれ。
いや、それよりも一層逃げてくれた方がいいかもね。
Run away!
ここは君たちが暴れるには狭すぎる。下手したら彼女ごと巻き添えだ。
どうか。イル、弱って戦えない君もやばい。彼女と一緒にアルムムたちの包囲網から抜け出せる。
はい、その程度でしたら。ことね、急いでコロロを。
Let's go. Sure. Let's go. Let's get out of here. As soon as I wrapped Kororo in my arms, it carried me in turn. Just as the Minotaur charged at us from behind. Whoosh! Il kicked at the ground. We flew, nearly scraping the ceiling on the way out so we could escape from the cave. Draw me, you butt.
さーて、んじゃ、常連さんたちが立ち
No,
回ってる
no, no.
間に
You can come
これを
join
おい
the
とまするっすか
fun.
ね。楽しみだな。もうすぐっすよ、兄貴。
I'm gonna go shut him up. Nope, we're gonna fade out. I'm gonna go shut up this snot-nosed brat's mouth. I dashed towards the stronghold, noticing the Sangsad plunging bestie in the darkness. I alone illuminated the darkness as I cut through the frigid air, running as fast as my legs would take me. The flames covering my body flared wildly, mirroring the chaos that stormed inside me. The firewolves had suffered enough, especially at my hands, and I couldn't let their numbers dwindle anymore. I'd been lied to my entire life. I was feared. I was used. It all felt heavy on my shoulders for sure. I felt betrayed. But, even so, they were still my kin, the last of my people. This time I would protect them. This time, I would save their lives. All my hopes and convictions. Ooh. Disintegrated in my palm. My eyes were fixated on the scene, a familiar sight I had long since buried. Huts and bodies, charred as the firewall's torches waned in the distance. Blood and soot soaked the snow. Not a single firewolf was spared. The man I called Uncle all these years tumbled on the ground, disposed of, forgotten. What I saw there instead was the Minotaurs, hacking at their opponents relentlessly, showing no mercy to whomever stood in their way. Their eyes, they were clouded. Disgusting. As soon as they noticed my presence, their eyes bulged open. My vision went red. My heart was ready to burst from my chest. Searing heat covered my body, a sensation that radiated from my body's core. If I were to give in to this heat, be a repeat from all those years ago. Depending on how if we could get him out of that state, it might not be a bad thing. There could be only one outcome. You can do this in your own strength, Ignis. In the future, violence doesn't have to be the answer. I want to believe in a future where we live in peace. Banbaru, Ignis. But it was useless. I was submitting to my base self. Ah, yes. I remember now. Each time that I lost my sanity, or came close to doing so, it involved the smell of blood. No. An appetizing aroma filled my nostrils, consuming my waking thought. My rampage instinct lay dormant inside me, crying out its cravings. It commanded me. It wanted me to... I wasn't too far off about having an inner wolf soul craving the sustenance. Upon every living being in sight. You'll manage to dodge the Minotaur's swinging arms one after the other. We flew out of the cave as I hugged Kotaro tighter against me, and we were lifted into the cold Bestian sky. Thank you, Il. Just as Il squinted his eyes, we heard flames erupt in the distance. To neither of our surprise, we glanced over in the direction of the sound. Right beneath us, the Firewolf stronghold glowed a faint shade of crimson. Don't tell me. Was it?
他の魔獣に襲撃を受けたようですね。おそらくイグニスもあの場にいるのでしょう。
Il, we have to go there too.
申し訳ありませんが、その願いは聞き入れられません。今の私にあなたを護衛できる能力は残っていません。このままアンシャンテのゲートに避難します。
But Ignis!
大丈夫です。彼の実力ならば敗北することはありえないでしょう。です。
Il's eyes shot open. We felt an intense ray of heat, one that could normally occur in such a frozen world I think they meant to say one that could not normally occur in such a frozen world, coming from below. Il let out a sharp gasp, shifting his weight mid-flight to avoid it, but his trembling wings were slow to react. A giant storm of flames surrounded us. Oh, Il. Oh, Il. Il. Il's wings were exposed and burnt by the raging flames exploding below. I heard Il cry out in agony before my vision became suddenly blurry. We dropped into the flaming maelstrom, down into the Firewolf stronghold. Ooh. Crunch. No good noise. Il, Kororo, am I okay? A small distance away, Kororo lay there passed out. We fell from quite a height, but somehow both Kororo and I survived the fall. Luckily neither of us are seriously hurt. Il though. I spotted Il lying unconscious beside me. It seemed as though his quick reaction was more than enough to spare us of our lives, for which I felt immense gratitude. No, don't apologize, it's fine. Are you okay? I'm alright, but... Il, you're... I wonder... I wonder... just a bloodbath, don't worry about it. At Il's prompting, I surveyed around us. Judging by our immediate surroundings, we landed within the Firewolf stronghold. However, the horror began to set in as I realized. I recognized no part of the secluded, humble stronghold in the chaos. It was a massacre. A force that left no stone unturned. All-consuming and deadly. A flaming tempest that ate all in its path. I watched as red sparks bounced off of armor, swallowed by snow. The white wonderland was painted with colors of grisly, brutal nature. A hot wind, fanned by the flames, carried with them strong stench of iron, the stench of which wafted from the trampled corpses lying in the snow. At the center of it all was... Oh boy! The curt, heavy-handed, but most of all, kind IGNIS. He and his aura shone a brilliant red. It was as if he was bathed in the blood of his foes. But how could that be? Relative to his ghastly appearance, there weren't too many corpses. What happened to all the others? Where did the blood come from? Little by little, I urged my trembling self onward to look further up. The answer was right there. His mouth. Thick, viscous trails of blood dripped from the corners of his lips. When I looked closer, it looked as though he bit into something with his mouth. He bit onto something into his mouth, and after chewing a couple times, he gulped it down. Without having to think, my instincts told me exactly what I was looking at. Choked with fear, I could hardly muster a loud scream, but he managed to pick up on what little sound I did make. After subtly twitching his nose, as if in reaction to my scent, his dreamy eyes! What a descriptor in this moment. His dreamy eyes. Look at those dreamy eyes right there, yeah. About the only thing currently not covered in blood. Definitely dreamy. His dreamy eyes darted over to me. A sharp, focused gaze. He eyed me with a predatory gaze. Like I was a delicious meal. He thinks I'm a snack! Just as IGNIS took a step forward, reaching to lunge at me. Surrounding snow around him melted and evaporated, as if devoured by him. I gasped out of panic and his body burst into flame.
Kotone, sagatte!
No, ew! He stood in front of me, but he'd already used up all of his strength and was at his body's limit. He stood in front of the menacing wolf, who had marched up to us without fear. The wolf laughed savagely. Oh, he dug his claws into his defenseless prey! No, leave it alone! Splashes of red dispersed through the air. His slender body was shredded and eviscerated by the frightening inferno. I hope we're not on a bad route. I hope we're not on a bad route. Oh, his angelic body dropped, face down into his own pool of blood. The blood soaked his body and drenched the clothing around his inanimate self. He fell atop the crumpled remains of his black and white feathers. There was no hint of color or familiar... I'm gonna say familiarity, is that what they mean there? There's no hint of color or familiarity in IGNIS' eyes, as the wolf looked coldly at his comrade. I couldn't even scream. Alas, I was falling apart. I was ready to collapse. Reality was too intense to face. I wanted nothing more than to cook for us. My teeny tiny dream. The small fantasy I had for the two of us. Ignis reached his hand over Il, who laid there collapsed in his blood. Oh no! No! Leave him alone, Ignis! Ignis, leave him alone! Drop it! Drop it! Bad! Bad, Ignis! Bad boy! Drop it! Ignis wrapped his fingers around the angel's neck, lifting him up with ease. Drop it! Drop it! Then he opened his mouth wide. He slowly pulled Il's unconscious body towards his gaping maw. It was easy to predict what he was going to do next. Drop it, Ignis! Don't you dare drop it. Drop him! That's your friend! That's your friend, not food!
その価値観を変えたいと思ってベスティアのトップに立ったんだ。
Start talking to him. Start talking to him, Kotone.
俺が誰の血も
I don't know what else you can do at
魔
this
獣
point.
の
Start
頂
talking
点
to
に
him.
立てば少しぐらいは影響を受ける魔獣が出てくるかと思ったんだ。
No. Please don't do this. Stop! Don't throw away who you are. Don't abandon your dream. Just before Ignis sank his fangs into Il's flesh, he tossed the angel aside. I felt compelled to protect Il, and I stood before Ignis with my arms outstretched. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Come back, Ignis! This is not you! This isn't why you trained your entire life, is it? I cried at Ignis, trying to appeal to him with the first words that came to mind. Exactly, talk to him. Keep talking. But keep talking to him! All my pleading could accomplish was redirecting the firewolf's ire towards me and said, keep talking to him! He's... Oh... Interrupted by a severe throbbing pain. Ignis sank his razor-sharp fangs into my arm. But I realized it a moment too late, as my own blood splattered onto my face. Onto his face, sorry. Adrenaline numbed the pain, but my head spun. The only thing rooting me to my current predicament was the dreadful sound of my flesh being ripped apart. Ignis, stop! My pleading voice never reached him. Ignis only sipped and licked the blood trickling down my arm and... Oh, he ripped a piece of flesh off of me! Oh, we're on a bad route, aren't we? We took a bad route. This is a bad end, isn't it? Oh no! Oh no! Oh, gosh, I'm like tearing up. I'm so upset. This is so visceral. Like, it's like the descriptions and just the idea of matching in my head is so visceral. After neutralizing the Minotaurs, we hurried towards the Firewolf stronghold. What Miser and the rest of the party witnessed was a bad end. Far-reaching patches of blood. Corpses, thrown into haphazard piles. The relentless flames surrounding them. And... Il, who lied on the snow unconscious. His wings were torn and bald, and his atrocious injuries dyed his hair and clothing in blood. Yay, everybody gets the witnesses! To the side, we saw him bite into Kotone's arm, ripping off her flesh. It was one of our fellow Enchante regulars. Our friend. Or so we thought. Ignis. Our once thought to be ally wiped the splattering blood off his face, shooting a fearless glance in our direction. As we stood there stunned, the quickest to react to the tragic scene was Canis. Get him! Oh. Oh! The swing of Canis' mighty sword blew Ignis back with a cannon's force. Under normal circumstances, the sheer power of Canis' attack would have torn Ignis' torso in half. But Ignis summoned a wall of flames to dull the impact of the knight's incoming strike, sparing himself from harm. Ignis moved purely on instinct. He twitched, realizing the path to his prey was obstructed, and showed his fangs. Oh my gosh. Ignis kicked the ground, lunging at a speed too fast for the naked eye. And... Kotone, freed from Ignis' grasp, fell to her knees in excruciating pain. Blood begins to gush from her wounds, which she clamps with her free hand. Blood shows no sign of stopping. Canis and Ignis, meanwhile, were locked in a lightning-quick exchange of blows no human could see.
琴音いる
何がどうなってるのさ
Help me with my arm! You don't have time! No, I need a tourniquet! Miser and Rinder sprinted over to the two wounded members, hastily tending to their injuries. They eyed each other and rushed in. Rinder went to Kotone, and Miser went to Il. I like how we're from the perspective of the others, but it's like it uses we in like a group of the others as a group, we, but at the same time it's referring to everyone by name as like a third person. Kind of strange, but okay. They cast a simple barrier to shield them from any impact from the duel.
いるしっかり
Miser clutched Il's bloody-soaked body in his arms and cried out his name. No soft-spoken words escaped the angel's lips, and his breath began to slow. Meanwhile, no small amount of blood began to pour down from Kotone's slender arm. Kotone was succumbing to traumatic shock from the punishing magnitude of pain, and her medic, Rindo, whose brow began to sweat, the pressure mounted, hesitated asking her to remain calm.
そのまま傷を押さえて応急処置をするから
Come on, we need to make a tourniquet here. Rindo fell back into a practical solution, eyeing ripping his handkerchief from his person to fashion a makeshift clotter. Witnessing this, Miser. I am a destroyer. I do not possess the power to ease Kotone and Il's pain. He gently stashed away his regret and set Il upon a cold ground delicately. Then he switched gears, honing in on the sole mission to stop Ignis. He raises his hand. Try as he might, Canis' blade could not penetrate either of Ignis' blazing fists.
早い
Although Canis' footwork was deftly tested by the pace of Ignis' heightened beastly movements. Canis blocked each of his foe's punches with ease, making the tense duel an even one. In the midst of all
カノス
this,
後方にジャンプ全力
心得た
he did as instructed and leapt back. Get him, Miser. Left open, Ignis reacted by immediately racing towards Canis, but
悪いけど潰せ
once Miser barked at his command, a spell was cast, and a large shadow swelled over Ignis' head. The shadow belonged to a giant iceberg, which soon was flung at an alarming velocity, ready to crush the body of its target upon impact. However, with the power of his attuned reflexes, Ignis is ignited. That didn't need an apostrophe, that doesn't need to be possessive there. Ignis ignited the flames covering his body's movement before impact. The flames burned at a temperature so intense the whole icy meteor nearly melted, dispersing it into shattered chunks. But nevertheless, the immense impact and blast from the heavy ball of ice was felt. At last, Ignis' eyes returned to normal, indicating he had returned. Listen! Hey! Hey, listen here! Wake up a little bit! Fight! Fight! Fight back! Don't let it consume you! It was loud. My head was being knocked around by some deafening explosion. Sharp bits of icicle floating down, tickling my skin. The red in my vision went away, reverting everything back to normal. I witnessed a massive surge of shame. It occurred to me that I had no idea where I'd been the last couple hours. What was I doing? Where was I?
なんだ俺が今まで何を
Just as my vision cleared up and focus returned.
正気に戻ったかイグニス
Let's keep it that way. Keep fighting. Fight to stay normal. Canis was the first to pop into vision.
カヌスお前なんで
You're being a bad boy, Ignis.
俺に剣を向けて
Take a deep breath. My breath left me as tall flames burned behind Canis, and the smell of smoke stuck my nose. I refused to believe it. My throat tensed up. I couldn't speak. I looked around. Bodies of my kin and the corpses of the minotaurs were stacked atop each other. Right in front of me, the tip of Canis' sword was pointed, shaky and cautious. Miser and Rindo seemed guarded too. Laying next to Miser's feet, I saw ill, mangled and torn up, covered in blood. And the one Rindo held in his arms was... Otome clenched a patched up spot on her arm with her face filled with terror. As soon as our eyes met, I reflexively gulped down something that was still in my mouth. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, we're gonna stay calm. Stay calm. Why did it smell and taste of iron? Take a deep breath. We're not gonna go see Red again. Chill. Chillax. You can eat him. You know what? Never mind. You can go eat him. Go eat him. We'll be done. Fuck off. Fuck off, Dromi. A pair of feet tap danced lightly around the massacred group approaching me. Rip his throat out. He's the last one. You can do him. I don't care. You can. That's your last meal, Ignis. Okay. Then we're gonna go back to normal, and we're gonna chillax, and we're going to figure out a way to help you manage your instincts. Okay. Dromi arrived, and unlike how Kotone looked at me fearfully, You're obnoxious. Dromi's eyes glowed with intense awe, dumbstruck at the flames towering behind my bloody body. I watched Dromi for a minute, then tossed him a throwaway question. Yep, indeed he is. Sounds about right. I told you to get rid of this guy a long time ago, Ignis.
邪魔だとばかり思ってた人間がこんなとこで役に立つとは。魔獣の血の匂いを嗅いだり浴びるだけじゃ計画がもっと長引いてたっすから。
Hearing the word blood, Kotane's body jolted.
それよりも話が脱線してるっすよ。いいっすか、兄貴。あんたはお優しい常連仲間をあんな風にズタボロにした挙句、襲ってきた他の魔獣どもやそこの女の肉をその牙で引きちぎって、それはもう美味しそうに食っちゃったんすよ。
You just shut your mouth. Dromi, can we just take his head and go right into the snow and just keep it there until he stops breathing? Oh, he said something here. He accused Ignis with a deranged smile. His ridiculous claim, it seemed, was the answer we were looking for all along. A beast that eats. Stashed by the threatening veil of my ability to rampage was another, more terrifying ability which I alone had. After all, the Minotaurs had drugged themselves just to make an attempt on my life. The truth was, no one knew why the firewolves disappeared all those years ago. But the cost of learning all this was just too great. Get him! Get him! Get him, Ignis! Fueled by nothing more than rage, I swung my fist at Dromi. But he's gonna be good at combat, isn't he? Or at the very least, good at defending. Despite how many swipes I took at Dromi, he evaded each blow by a hair. But they weren't perfect dodges. I managed to yank his favorite bandana with my fist, and it glided to the ground. Something weird happened. It was as if Dromi's expression changed at the drop of his bandana. Oh my god.
やっとだこれで俺の望みが叶うやっぱアンシャンテにいたふぬけたあんたは偽物だ最悪の血を継ぐ命ぐらいの化け物はこうでなくちゃ
Can we... I'm just gonna skip through. I really fucking hate Dromi. He's an obnoxious character. The words hit me in the gut. I'm just gonna read through his stuff real quick because I don't want to listen to his voice lines anymore. I'm tired of him. It was time I accept my destiny. I caused the destruction of this place. I dropped to my knees. The crimson-stained snow. The sobering stench of charred iron. To think all those who fester inside of me. Oh. I tried my best to purge my body of it all, but I couldn't. Despair. Loss. Rage. These emotions were shoving down my throat, ready to burst on a whim. A roar so loud the heavens quake. But there to make a mockery of it all is, of course... Fuck off. Ready to blow, fucker, nah. Shut up. The heretic of doom had resurrected in the fire. Go away, Dromi. No one likes you. I haven't liked you from the beginning. And I really don't like you now. You've been real sus for like the last 2 chapters, and now you show your colors, and I'm like, fuck off. Get out of my life. Get out of IGNIS' life. Shut up. 1,000 years ago, Great Calamity ravaged all of Vestia. I'm not going to let you talk. Here. Here. I got an even better solution. Got even better solution. Where's the dipshit? Perfect. I don't want to hear you ever again. One day, in a frozen place where ferocious beasts live, suddenly out of nowhere, pesky beings called humans began to appear. Most of them perished from the unforgiving climate or were helpless to the demonic beasts, but a slim portion survived. However, back then, in Vestia, before the land was sealed by snow and ice, further into the distant past, there existed an enormous flaming wolf who was larger than any mountain. They called him the World Devourer, Vonar. In those days, Vonar was fabled to be a lord among beasts, capable of devouring the world. To stave off demise from his insatiable appetite, the beast was put into a deep and infinite hibernation. But sadly, a bunch of humans came and woke up the big monster. As a result, the awakened Vonar went on a massive rampage to fill his empty belly. Neither human nor beast stood a chance. Anyone he got in the big bad wolf's way was devoured without warning. In particular, Vonar developed a taste for human flesh. He loved it so much he couldn't get enough. At least for a little while. Sadly, the big bad wolf. Humans with their superior brains formed an alliance with the tribe of beasts. While they paid an immense sacrifice, they managed to subjugate Vonar. However, Vonar passed his legacy, his vicious, fiery appetite to his descendants. These people became known as the Venator, wolves with the blood of the Heretic of Doom. Naturally, fearing another incident, the beast tried to exterminate the Venator, but the Venator only needed blood to rampage, thus the beast could not stop them. With little choice, they were chased off to remote lands with another clan, the Tigris, as their guardians. Eventually these people would die out. Weaklings, stranded helplessly, awaiting their own deaths, all because of Vonar. This is what instilled the survival of the fittest culture, the predetermined will to wage war at the heart of Vestia. And then after several thousand years, in other words, the present day, as time passed, so too did the memory. The incident was long since forgotten. The Minotaur were thin in numbers from persecution. Bestia's lands were reduced to a battleground where the strong always conquered the weak, and it remains so to this day. Fighting, killing, and spilling blood. That's what woke up the walking disaster. With the blood of Vanar running through his veins, IGNIS. Nobody, not a single person knew the truth. And that's that. And now you're caught up from the history lesson. Kororo! That fateful day never left me. Dromi's teaser of a story about the history of Vanar just wouldn't leave my head. Afterward, the werecat put up no resistance and was apprehended by Canis easily. They sent him to the GPM. Ow! Each time I revisited the memory. The gash on my arm, wrapped under several thick bandages, aches in immense pain. Several days had passed. After we somehow managed to return home, I was immediately taken to a hospital. Over the course of days, my wound was treated. Fortunately, the injury hadn't damaged any of the nerves, but there was no ignoring the big hole in my arm, all thanks to his fangs. Although I got to avoid surgery, the scar would stay with me my whole life, at least according to the doctors. There was someone in far worse condition than me, the angel marred by heavy injuries. He had been in a coma the whole time, resting in his bed in an empty room in Enchante. He hadn't awoken once, and after IGNIS lost control doing something which could never be undone, Miser and the others placed a barrier over the shrine along with the history of Vanar and sealed him away. He made no effort to resist. He hung his head low, a husk of himself. Everyone had gathered at the cafe, recounting the sequence of events to one another. Naturally, the conversation was just, oh, that was my headphones. Oh, I should charge my headphones. Hold on. I'm plugged in right now. I might. Oh, my model's freaking out. Hold on. Let's see. What do I not need? Oh, I'm using all my USB ports, aren't I? Can't really unplug any of them right now. Okay, hold on. I'm going to shift one of my USBs to the back. Hold on. All my USB ports are currently occupied by something. I have too many things plugged in. Okay. Mouse is working. Okay. Mouse is working. Okay. Mic is still working. Mouse is working. Where did I put the little... Up here. Okay. There we go. I don't really need Wi-Fi on this computer. The Wi-Fi kind of sucks anyway in this place, so... Where is it? Okay. Controller again. Let's see here. Oh, I was plugging in my headphones and I didn't do that. I started and I didn't do that. Charge the headphones so they work. Alrighty. Naturally, the conversation was a solemn one, and even Karya, who wasn't there, became pale.
彼女の手当ても終わって、ようやく腰を据えて話し合えるようにはなったけど、最悪な状況に変わりはないね。
イルの容体の方は
Still sleeping. Miser shakes his head back and forth quietly, having watched the angel from the morning until the time we were gathered.
ダメだね。傷が塞がってはまた開くの繰り返し。意識が戻る気配もない。
What? Bill's wounds were supposed to heal as soon as he returned to the human world. He mentioned as much to me in Bestia. Miser picks up on my disappointment and continues in a hushed tone of voice.
普通ならもう動ける程度にはなってるはずなんだ。
Yeah.
ただ前日までの疲労も含めてイル自体がかなり弱っていたこともあるし。
It's running on fumes.
肉体を再生するための代用エネルギーが。
Gosh damn it! Why are you using the same analogy? Why are you using the same analogy to me and Miser? Gosh damn it! Is this game just that predictable, or is this game really made that like direct to me? Because I've it's not the first time I've said something and it immediately responds with the same exact sentiment I expressed. This is serious. Okay, we gotta be serious. No laughing. No laughing matter here. No way.
それほど正気を失ったイグニスの攻撃が苛烈だったということか。もしあの時琴音がかばわねばイル
他の魔獣と同じくイグニスに食われてたってこと？
My shambles trouble out of reflex. My shoulders tremble out of reflex.
つまり俺たちが今まで暴走だと思ってたイグニスの本当の危険性は命ぐらいの最悪の狼バナルの末裔ゆえの捕食本能だったわけだね。
ああ、おそらく彼は覚醒遺伝によって
Atavism? Referring to genetic inheritance and appearance of traits held by ancestors after skipping many generations. Atavism can also refer to ancestor reversion, like Karya.
バナルの血と力をかなり濃く継いで生まれてしまったんだろうね。
Anyway, gotta go. Take care. Thank you for stopping by.
ゼニトルでも
I hope you have a good rest of your night.
唯一飲食が可能だった。
その本能が目覚めるよう裏で糸を引いていたのがドローミということか。
あいつ。
I know, that little shit. The moment his name is mentioned, Karya clenches fists in frustration.
してやられたね。あの小物っぷりは
I didn't like him from the very beginning. Maybe it's just me reading into it and maybe being obnoxious with that. Me being annoyed by his obnoxiousness, but from the very beginning I told him, get out of here. Get out of my cafe. But no, you guys had to let him in. You guys had to let him be around Ignis. I told him to fuck off because he's being obnoxious, but no. And look what mess we got ourselves into now.
ドローミはイケシャーシャーと味方面しつつアルムムや他の魔獣にイグニスの情報を流し彼と多くの魔獣を戦わせることでその血の匂いからイグニスの空腹を煽ってきたんだ。
アルムムにはバナルへの危険性だけを吹き込みその本能が目覚める条件は都合よく伏せていたのだろうな。
魔獣は弱者や多種族には容赦がないけれど身内には甘いところがあるからね。自分たちの子やつがいを守るために彼らはなりふり構わずイグニスを討伐しようとしたんだろう。
One thing explained why the Minotaur had behaved in such a reckless way. Turns out Mikado had already uncovered the thing eating away at their sanity. It was a drug, the origins of which were unknown. Traces of it were found administered to the Minotaur. It warped non-human minds. He was drugged up. The culprit was almost undeniably Jomi. This man's. Which also means the person who flung me into the gate to Bestia had to be him as well. Uh-huh. I forgot about that. The forgotten item at the time was an outright lie. My guess is that he passed through the GPM's wormhole and slipped into Enchante through the gate. From there, he did his deed, hoping to kill me and make it look like an accident. Draw me. Draw me.
くそ、あいつ何が目的なんだ。
目的ならば大体は察することができる。あの
Oh, I'm sorry, Connors. Didn't mean to cut you off. Come on, this pathetic wasteland's ready to blow. Your time has come, Ignis Carbunculus? Or should I say the reborn World Devourer of Doom Incarnate Vanar? Fuck off, Drummy.
ドロー
I'm
ン
glad I
の
turned
目
your
的
voice
は
off.
おそらくイグニスに先祖返りをさせること、すなわち
Did you
バナルに戻すこと
do you just want to be directing an awful monster like that? Or do you want to be consumed by a monster like that? I don't know why you would want to reincarnate something that monstrous. Not reincarnate, but like awaken. But why? Although I did little more than squeak weekly, I might add. I finally managed to join the conversation. What's the meaning of it all?
ドローミ本人も含めてベスティア中の魔獣が食われる。はっきり言って得なんてかけらもないよね。
Did he just want to watch the world suffer? Out of consideration for me, Meister picked up where I left off, helping me make my point.
そのあたりどうなの、リンド。ドローミは何か白状した。
それが尋問にはかけているんだけど、案の定こっちをおちょくってばかりでね。
The event had been clearly upsetting Rindo.
尋問自体は続けてみるけど、彼からこれ以上の情報が引き出せるかどうかは。
なあ、この先イグニスはどうなるの？まさかこのままドローミの思惑通りにバナルとかにならないよな。
In the past, Karia's separateness was known to clash with Ignis's, so the two rarely saw eye to eye, but the situation felt so dire. Even Karia expressed his concerns for Ignis. As for Karia's question, the adults in the room, Meiser and company, shifted in their seats.
今回の件でイグニスはアルムムたちを皆殺しにして捕食。さらに人間の肉の味まで知ってしまった。
完全にバナルとしての目覚めの条件は揃った状態だね。
ああ、このままではイグニスは。
そんな。
Karia was incest. What? Hold on. Hold on. Incensed. They add so many strange, like, they can't they can't get their grammar correct, they can't format their sentences correctly, they can't get their punctuation correct, but they add in all like these not large, but like these unique word choices. Instead of like a normal, instead of saying Karia was upset, Karia was frustrated, Karia was angry, they choose incensed. Karia was incensed, frustrated by the situation Ignis was left in. I, on the other hand, could hardly utter an opinion of my own. I needed to say something. Think. But despite my best efforts...
ともあれ、我々がイグニスのためにできることがないか、少しでも模索していく。
We can't just let him be trapped in there. We need to try to figure out something as his friends, because we know that he didn't mean to do this. It's all a subconscious instinct that took him over. Him at his base did not want to do this.
ただ、琴音はしばらく自室にて休んだ方がいい。
Huh?
腕の傷も癒えていないだろう。それに、 現実的な傷だけではなく、
I can sit right here and we can talk all together.
心の方も
うん
ね。イグニスの話を聞くのも辛い。いや、怖いなら
I want to help though.
無理はしないでいいんだ。
今後の対応については僕たちの方で考えておくよ。マスター業の方もお休みにすべきだ。
As I feared, they read my mood on my face. Whenever Ignis's name came up in conversation, my body trembled. Claudia looked back at me. His eyes traveled between my eyes and my arm, inferring enough to form an opinion. I knew there was more to it, though. Honestly, I avoided talking about actual details. Nothing about what really happened. It was true. My presence here was an obstacle to the more pertinent conversation at hand. Yeah. Thanks. So I thanked them for their responses, apologizing for taking up their time. I bowed my head and headed up to my room. As soon as the door shut behind me, I plopped onto my bed and took Kororo in my arms. Hi, Kororo. Not out of sadness, but fear. Ignis. Each time I heard his name, each time something reminded me of him, fear of being devoured possessed me and I trembled. Till that tragedy was... I cherished him. I never once felt intimidated by him. I wanted for us to be together. Crying here into my pillow would do nothing. That much I knew, but... Why? Why did this have to happen to Ignis? Oh, don't cry with me, Kororo, stop! Fear pulled tears from me like a conductor. Like a conductor! Serious moment. We're in a serious moment. All I could do was cry out in grief to mourn the injustice of it all. Afterward, according to Meister, who had stopped by my room to brief me on the rest of their talk, they agreed they needed to strengthen the barrier that encased the shrine, plus Ignis. To do that, however, Meister and the others had to find some way to heal ill in his current state. If we could so much as take him to the heavenly world, he would heal just fine. But fallen angels weren't exactly welcome. Normal angels help fallen angels for sport, and it wasn't worth the risk on Ill's life. But it was good enough as a last resort. In the meantime, the regulars searched high and low for ways to improve his condition. As for Rindo, he was given the sole pleasure of interrogating Dromi. However, even if either end ever came to something, neither did anything to help Ignis directly, to help manage his dangerous powers. I sit in this icy shrine, all banged up. I got nothing to do but hang my head and listen to my thoughts echo. After that howl of despair, that bastard Dromi had the balls to come up to my face and tell me, "Vanar, ancestor of the Venator," he said, "that I inherited his blood, which makes me a world-devouring monster. Apparently I'm a legendary beast reincarnate, one that makes me hungry for flesh." The idea is so repulsive I want to gag, but nothing comes out of my stomach. In other words, I've already digested their flesh and blood, and absorbed it all into my body. The thought sinks in. I can't help but feel disgusted by my own body, which until now I had been proud to show off as a symbol of my strength. See, no wonder they call me a monster. It goes beyond eating food for humans. I devoured my fellow beasts. People that could have been my kin while they lived and breathed. Weaklings, stranded helplessly, awaiting their own deaths. All this because of Vanar. This is what instilled the survival of the fittest culture. The predetermined will to wage war at the heart of Bestia.
どうして俺の故郷はこんな残酷な世界になったんだろうな。もし遥か昔に その元凶になった奴がいたとしたなら、俺はそいつを一生恨む。
You can still forsake him.
何が不殺だ。何を恨んでんだよ、俺は。
Okay, well, you didn't know.
んなことほざいていた俺が、この残酷な世界の象徴
It's
そ
not like you
のものだっ
purposely
たん
did
じゃね
something
え
like
か。
this. I know you can't help it. I'm worried about you and your problems too, but it's not like you did this on purpose. I know you didn't do this on purpose. Every time I see the mural, I'm petrified. I know that one day, a drawing will look less like a drawing and more like a mirror. Am I destined to become Vanar no matter what?
いや、なってたまるか。要はこの後、二度と血の匂いを嗅いだり、何も食わなきゃ。
Until now, I had no real need for food. So many cravings I had were superficial, but my stomach let out a terrible growl in the darkness. A desperate, hungry cry. I bent backwards and hugged my arms around my torso. I clenched my teeth, fighting the desire. But it was useless.
命を食わせろ。
I bark into the darkness. I'm hungry. It's times like these. The one to feed me was...
ことね。
But when her face came to mind, my hunger worsens, and I can't help but gulp uncontrollably. Her flesh was perfectly delicious. A monster hides in my brain. It's part of me. When I picture it, it laughs as her blood drips from my mouth. I stop breathing.
違う、ちげえ。俺はそんなつもりで、あいつの顔を思い出したんじゃない。
I grip my stomach and continue to suffer in denial, surrounded by darkness. But, in a way, I was too late.
ことね。
Flowing blood. I could never forget the look of fear in her eyes as they burned into mine. More importantly, I can't believe I attacked the person I most want to protect. I became a monster. I devoured part of her body. As if that wasn't bad enough, I hurt one of her most favorite guests, still. Hell, I tried to eat him. Kotane trusted me with no one else. When no one else would. She vouched for me. She really believed I'd be worth it. But it was all for nothing. I gave in to my wretched hunger. I betrayed her. I'm sure I'd never get to see that smile of hers glow again. If that's the case,
そこのまま
Ignis.
自分をやっちまう
Ignis.
方が。
Ignis. I kicked the idea for a bit in my head, until I decided to use my own fist to do the deed. Ignis. But as soon as I placed it over my heart, to rip it out of my chest, I'm dominated by another feeling. A rabid beastly hunger. One that chips away at me until I satisfy its craving.
くそ。死ぬことすら許さねえってのか。
Nobody in their right mind would want a monstrosity like this. A monstrosity like... me? A monstrosity like me to go on living? We're playing the world's worst game of Mad Libs. In a remote territory stirred the omens of an awakened calamity, a promise from fate about a tragic, bloody unrest. Yet, out in a nearby desolate ice field, the calamity was a mere passing thought. A small tribe of nomadic beasts struggled to survive in the harsh desert. Fox boy! A young beast with lanky arms patrolled the outskirts of the village, and he turned at the sudden sound of footprints. He lowered his body, assuming an offensive stance, expecting to see a band of raiders. What he saw instead were beasts even smaller than himself. They had long ears, so malnourished they could snap on contact. The young beasts regarded them as no threat. He began to ponder. Were they refugees from a random attack? Have they fled here looking for safety? The boy began to pity the small creatures. However, he hesitates to call to them of his own accord. Instead, he chooses to observe them, losing himself in thought until... Hi! One in their rank walks towards him, crunching snow beneath her tattered hide shoes.
ねえ、ちょっと、あなた。
あ、僕。
ここに、あなた以外の誰がいるのよ。
The girl exhaled haughtily through her nose. She was incredibly forward, stronger than her frail demeanor suggested. The boy shot upright to maintain decorum, but he had no intention of threatening her.
私たち、別の場所から群れごと逃げてきたの。だからこの辺りに、新しい縄張りを築いてもいいかしら。目立たないように気をつけるから。
The truth was revealed. They were driven from their territory in search for a new place to call home. So long as they were considerate their neighbors and caused no trouble, it was fine. They seemed awfully sincere to the boy. Survival in the Badlands was brutal. Raiders and murders pounced on any prey too vulnerable to look after its own. But these beasts seemed different. If they continued to wander, he thought, it'd be a matter of time before they were all goners. He nodded immediately.
僕の一存だけじゃ決められないよ。縄張りに戻って族長に聞いてみないと。
じゃ、今から聞きに行きましょう。
え？
ほら、案内してよ。私たち、あなたたちの縄張りの場所、知らないんだから。
His first impressions, it seemed, were off. The boy began to think he had mistaken her lack of consideration as confidence. Regardless, as representative of his people, he led the two of them to the elder. Both of their feet trudged through the dense, knee-high snow towards the village. They shared the burden of their silence on their solemn trek until...
ねえ、この辺りって縄張りとしての条件はどうなのかしら。
He couldn't tell if she was unable to endure the silence or if she was simply bored, but he humored her attempt to break the ice. He stuck out his tongue and thought. The only thing that came to mind, especially for beasts of their stature.
割と生き残りやすいと思うよ。近くにアルムムの縄張りがあるけど、間にある大きめの氷山がこちら側を隠してくれてるし。
ふん、危険を承知で、あえて連中の足元に潜伏してるってことね。
Well, you don't really have to worry about them anymore.
気弱そうな魔獣に見えたけど、意外と肝が据わってるじゃない。
どちらかというと、他に行き場がなかったから最終的にここに落ち着いた感じ。それと氷山の他にも僕たちを守ってくれるものがあったから。
守ってくれるもの？
The young girl blinked in confusion, and the boy became animated. Enthusiasm glowed in his eyes.
イグニス知ってるよね。ベスティア最強の魔獣。彼がね、時々様子を見に来て、縄張りを守ってくれてるんだ。そのおかげで、僕たちはなんとか生き残れてる。
The boy patted the top of his head, reliving when his hero patted him on the same spot all those days ago. The warmth stuck with him, all this time. He found strength in the memory.
イグニスって。
That was really kind.
優しいよね。見た目はちょっと怖いけど。
It's really cool. Makes me just think of Dromey, and I'm tired of thinking about Dromey.
僕この間頭撫でてもらっちゃった。
And the girl watched the boy's face turn red as she scoffed and averted her gaze.
あんなやつに憧れるとか理解できない。単に甘いだけじゃない。自分にかかってるイメージっていうか、誤解を解こうともしない。
I think it's just because of his reputation. It's not like he intends to be causing problems everywhere he goes.
彼のこと知ってるの？
知ってるっていうか、知り合ったっていうか。
The boy guessed to himself how. It seems likely that this young girl was saved by the very same beast that so-called... Oh my gosh, there's commas there. I can read. It seemed likely that this young girl was saved by the very same beast, the so-called strongest in Bestia. However, afraid to draw more of her ire, the boy kept quiet, expecting a rebuttal from her were he to mention his guess. The boy was sharp, and in a short time span, had managed to see her for who she was.
また会いたいな。最近姿を見かけないけど、どこにいるんだろ
A
う。
lot's happened, little friend.
そういえば、あいつが他の魔獣と戦った噂とか聞かないわね。
True as the girl said, the boy noticed this too. His strength was undeniable, rendering the fear of losing him to battle to just that, a mindless fear.
なんだか嫌な予感がする。イグニスに何もないといいんだけど。
余計な心配よ。第一、何かあったところで、あいつに関する騒動に弱い私たちが関わることなんて。
They'd see now. Oh, we're gonna get more Dromy, aren't we? I don't want to deal with this. Several days have passed since the band of Enchante regulars commenced our plans. The GPM headquarters, including all of its higher-ups, shuttled to and from meetings on how to deal with Dromy. Through it all, I was there, stuck in an interrogation room. In all truth, I was starting to become fed up with the runarounds the kid kept giving me. The Maestro himself, the chaotic prince responsible for this hellish vortex before me, was restrained with non-human bindings. He whistled nonchalantly to my chagrin. Early on, he ditched his small fry act and revealed his true impish self, dodging each question with a quip or a quack. Don't take it from me. Mikado also sat in the interrogations, driving himself and his assistant mad, as the latter grimaced from his side.
まったく、友好の証としてホールの使用を許可していたっていうのに。それをあっさり裏切るとはね。血も涙もないとはこのことだよ。ねえ、くーちゃん。
Betrayed you? Hardly. I think you're being a little harsh, don't you think, Doc? It's not the wormhole's fault. If you laid out those rules from the start, I would have followed them to the letter. His ability to shift blame was impressive. But I sighed, realizing I had lost count of how many of Dromy's games I sat through.
随分と余裕だね。このまま自分が処分されるとか考えてないのかい?
What? But I haven't done anything to trouble the human world, have I? The Minotaurs came charging here to the human world of their own free will. I didn't tell them to jump into the wormholes. As far as I'm concerned, I've done nothing. Aren't you wasting your time? Click your tongue at him, Rindo. I clicked my tongue, betraying my position. Of course, he was right. Dromy may have been the mastermind. He set things into motion. That much is true. Okay, but at the same time, if we're going by human logic on this too, he's an accomplice with them. So, but I couldn't pin any of those things on him to get a real charge in the human world. With this, even upper management realized he was a special case, and we needed an alternative to squeeze the truth from him. The tragedy of Bestia was within the legal jurisdiction of Bestia alone. It was impossible to charge him for that. The lad was sly, but he knew this much. Oh, by the way, about the wormholes. You know how they happen to connect to your world? I had nothing to do with that, Kay. It was all just one big coincidence, you see. So strange that they all appeared out of nowhere, but thankfully I made good use of them.
ジョシュ君、どう思う？本心かな？
競技は含まれていないと判断する。
Well, there you have it. No, about free me from these chains. He lifted his arms, poised and pitiful.
却下。君の腹黒さからして、イグニスのバナル化以外の目的がありそうだから解放できないんだよ。
But in the back of my mind, I knew time was almost out. Soon I would have to relinquish custody of Dromy for lack of evidence. I decided it was time I loosened the tie to make the most of our time together.
君は何が目的なんだ？どうして君はバナルを盲信し、自分が食われる可能性も承知の上で復活なんてことを。
What? That's... Well, it's obvious. It'd be an honor and a cool one to boot.
は？
His answer took a moment to register, but I thought I misheard him. I thought I misheard him, but yeah, he just wants to be eaten. That was one of my guesses earlier. Mikito and much to my surprise, his assistant were both catatonic, so I knew I hadn't imagined the response he gave. Dromi, meanwhile, was unperturbed by our reactions and began to speak sternly. At first, it was about Ignis. No, not Ignis. He clarified. But oh my god, there's a bug. Damn bugs in here. Getting too warm out. We're getting the mayflies again. No, not Ignis, he clarified. Gunnar, and how his past led him to worship the heretic of doom. He's a culty. He's not a groupie anymore, he's a culty. Now then, time for one of Dromi's history lessons. Oh, great. Or should I say, Vonard's history lessons. Since my life isn't compared to the majestic tale of the World Devourer. But enough of the digressions. As I mentioned before, Tigris, like me, are also descendants of Vonar. We were ordered to monitor the Venator, so we huddled up with them in an uncharted region. Fast forward to now, Vonar's just a memory. All my people remember is we got tangled up with the Venator and got crap for it. Anyway, this is my story. When I was a kid, my village was attacked. Everyone I knew was dead, or worse. It was the first time I saw anything like it. In other words, it was the first time I witnessed Bestia's cruel hierarchy at work. It was, well, it took me a while to get over the sight. Some things you never forget. Never. What is it now? A guy can only take so much. Huh? Why was it so shocking to me? Wasn't it okay to question it all? Supremacy determined only in battle. It sounded good in theory, didn't it? A platonic ideal of the world's best warrior. But of course, reality was disappointing. It was an endless cycle of massacres. Chances for the strong to bully the weak. That was the world I lived in. The last of my kind. I was pretty cute back then, too. The Venator took me in, since our strong were closely borders theirs. They raised me as one of their own. That's where I met my bro. Big bro always looked out for others, but he had his hands full with me since I had no other relatives. A certain incident happened around that time. At first, I thought to myself, oh man, another boring massacre. I didn't give it much thought, but then I witnessed a true calamity. That's right. It was my bro, Ignis, who lost control and awakened his Vonar's instinct. The mentors and even his spiral kin, all of them, were devoured in a matter of minutes. It's all so clear to me, even now. Such overwhelming power. He hunted his prey, chomped them, and swallowed them all in one gulp. He was soaked in blood, ascending to his throne as the greatest beast to ever live. It was a monumental step for beast kind. No beast could live to see a more glorious day so long as all of us could live. So long as any of us could live. The sight mesmerized me so that I totally forgot how bad my head was hurt. The spectacle of such doom was enough to I could speak! The spectacle of doom was enough to entertain me for hours. Boy, I was lucky. My boy, my boy! My boy Ignis! Yeah, I don't know. Not your boy. My bro returned to normal and passed out right after, sparing me from being eaten. So no one ever got to find out exactly what happened on that fateful day. I covered up all the traces. Once things settled down, I started to research what kind of ancestral traits my big bro had. And I found a shrine once maintained by the Tigris people. Proof of Vonar's existence was chronicled. I put the pieces together, realizing that my bro wasn't just a Venator, but also had the traits which set him apart from his kin. But I had to remember, my bro Ignis was nothing compared to Vonar. Beasts nowadays were just mean bullies, whose predatory instincts were dull from the lack of real challenge. That's why. The Doom, I want to meet Vonar. That beast is the only one worth standing atop Bestia's summit, the world's best warrior. I want to see the strongest beast in history devour his competition, without fear and without mercy. In order to fulfill my dream, I carried out my plan in secret. One day, I talked myself through the plan, but the plucky Koro overheard me, swimming quietly around the shrine. He's not very plucky, to be honest. In comparison, he's much thicker than you are. Neither Mikado nor myself could do anything to sit. dumbfounded at what he had just said. It was, in other words, idolatry. Much like a child admiring a blown-up version of a television character. Although his obsession was no doubt childish, Jomi connived his deadly plan with no hesitation, all to resurrect Rana. Why is it about go away, Bug? Go away! Leave me alone! I know that's the only light in here, but leave me alone. Please don't hit me. Oh my gosh. Please stop. I swear if it hits me in the face, I'm gonna be so upset. He seemed to convince himself that being devoured was worth it all in the end. His devotion, so esoteric and trivial it all seemed to me, like a deep impression. Oh, like it left... His devotion, as esoteric and trivial as it all seemed to me, left a deep impression, yes. In short, I had nothing left to say? Nothing else left to say? I don't know. Yeah. Mikado flashed him. Oh my god! Bug! Stop! You're getting way too close! I'm gonna cry, stop! I fucking swear. Don't you get over here. Don't bother me. Don't bother me. Where'd it go? He'll be back eventually, I know it. Okay. Mikado flashed a brief smile, perhaps echoing my sentiment from my eyes only.
おかしいよ、君。僕のクーちゃんに近づかないでくれたまえよ。
What? Why in the world would I be interested in your doll? Oh, but ill. Man, that's someone I can't say I envy. Aren't angels like invincible or whatever? What would happen if my bro were to eat one? Wish I could have seen for myself. Oh, don't you tell me! Do you think wings would sprout on his back? Jomi loved to laugh at his own jokes. He cackled so hard I thought he snapped. But all of a sudden he dropped the act. Even so, because that damn girl got in the way, I couldn't see how things went down in the end. Seriously, that woman and Enchante are such a nuisance. Ever since my bro became a regular over here, he took a break from fighting. I guess she had sun news. She gave him a taste of her arm. Maybe the ends justify the means. I realized I could no longer keep quiet.
仮にも幼い頃から君の面倒を見ていたイグニスを。魔獣だからと偏見を持たず、君をアンシャンテのマスターとして親切に出迎えていたあの子。
Granted, I never actually wanted him.
一体何だと思ってるんだ?
You tell him, Rindo. My brows furrowed. One step away from... I mean, sure, I got a lot of respect for my bro. I admire him a bunch, especially as the future Vanar. But that woman, even myself, are just fodder to my bro. Prey waiting to be eaten. Nothing more, nothing less. He was deranged, completely oblivious to what he was saying, what any of it meant.
ちょっと、女子くん、どこへ行くんだい？
この道化を相手に、これ以上の尋問は無駄と判断した。退出の許可を要求する。
要求するって、許可を出す前に出て行ってるし。
まあ、聞くに耐えないって思う気持ちはわかるけどね。
Yeah, he's deranged. He's got, like they said, what they say, idolatry? I don't know, he's just a devoted cult follower. I gathered that Drome shared my disinterest with how interrogations were going. Oh, nice. Just between you and me, being cooped up in this room for so long is starting to make me cuckoo. So I think it's time I took my leave. Don't snap the... Ah! The entirety of GPM's headquarters shook in a manner not unlike an earthquake. The tumultuous sensation rocked the petite Mikado, who fell over. I felt my phone vibrate in my pocket as panic began to set in. I looked at the caller ID, letting out a sigh as I recognized my subordinate. The timing of the call coincided with the bizarre quake intensifying my worry. I immediately picked up the call.
こちらリンド、どうした？
課長、大変です。
What's going on?
地下のベスティアへ続く固定ホールから大量の魔獣が。ああ！
And this wasn't Dromi's doing. Huh? Huh? I didn't quite believe that myself either, but the timing on this was too impeccable. I pulled the phone from my ear as my agent cried out in agony, but I had heard more than enough. Then, a cold sweat drips down my brow, and I hear a bell ring in my head. I realize the gravity of our situation. Run! By the time I tossed my smartphone into my pocket to leave Mikado out. Here they are. I saw a pack of minotaurs charging through the entrance, standing shoulder to shoulder. I put Mikado behind me, acting as a shield as I point my weapon at the angry bulls. A door swung behind them. It didn't take me long to realize it was... Humans are so stupid! Dromi, freed from his bindings, stood behind the minotaurs, grinning maniacally. Man, you're dense! You should have closed down the wormhole as soon as you realized I was the mastermind! I mean, didn't you expect something like this to happen? Although your stupidity worked out in my favor. Guess I should thank you for being the worst captor in history. As he taunts us, I noticed Dromi was holding a phone. Don't tell me. I went to check my pocket only to find... The phone which I thought was safe in my pocket only moments ago was in his hand. Huh? Don't tell me you're shocked. Sheesh, you underestimate me too much. I see.
見ての通り、イグニスの自称射程君がアンシャンテに来店しちゃってさ。
我らの後を尾行し、アンシャンテのゲートへたどり着くとは、全く気がつかなかったぞ。
こいつ、逃げ足と気配の消し方だけは超一流だからな。くそ、俺としたことが油断してたぜ。
How could I let him slip from notice? Dromi was a marvel, capable of tricking humans and non-humans without batting an eyelash. A perfect con man. But I knew there was only one reason for Dromi would steal my phone. Only one. I barked out madly from across the room, and the ground shook as the minotaurs began their menacing approach. Okie dokie. Try not to get trampled by my furry friends, okay? As for me, in order to resurrect Von, I forget I gotta go fetch him for the Last Supper. But it was a cry to the void. Jeremy answered with a dismissive wave. Without breaking his aloof stride, he left the room. Jeremy, you bitch. I sat on the edge of my bed. To distract myself, I stared at my phone. I'd been spending all my time in my room, hoping to regain my strength and to let this gaping wound heal. Hill, however, remained unchanged, continuing to sleep in the room over. Nor had I heard from Rindo about the interrogations with Dromi had progressed. What am I even doing here? Everyone was fighting tooth and nail, doing whatever they could for the sake of IGNIS and for all of us. I chose to stay inside my room, wallowing in self-pity to no end. Each time I urged myself to stand on my own 2 feet, multiple times I should add, it all ended the same. No matter what I tried, the memory of the incident came flooding in, and fear paralyzed me from head to toe. But still, I can't stand to call IGNIS a calamity, or a monster. Nor can I handle the thought of life without him around. I refuse to. That much I knew for sure. But my options in this room were limited. I was sure that IGNIS and I would... I was sure that if IGNIS and I were to ever meet again, I would be afraid. If he knew the truth, it would hurt him more than anything up to this point. I want to see him. I want to, but I'm scared. What should I do? IGNIS? I uttered my plea, and Kororo responded with a heart-rending cry. The small creature crawled into my lap. His eyes were puffy from tears. Baby. Together, yes. Kororo. Kororo had seemed to indicate some kind of dissatisfaction on account of the distance between Ignis and myself in this moment. Even I. Ooh. Oh, we could hear that from here. A huge tremor interrupted my thought. Oh no. I rushed over to a window, pulling back the curtain to see a large crowd gathered. What? With Kororo in my arms, I hurried downstairs to see things from the ground. Once more, I ran over to a shop window, hoping for a clear view of the outside. Right outside of Enchante, through the door and around the winding road. A crowd of minotaurs leading various other beasts rioted on the motorway. It was pandemonium, as humans and non-humans alike tried to flee from the frightful sight. What's this? What's going on here? It wasn't the minotaurs themselves storming through the towns as they pleased that worried me. Normally I had Ignis here to handle all the beasts for me, and there were never this many. I was rooted to the spot as Miser and Canis, who had been nursing ill back to health, made their way to me to look for themselves.
この忙しい時にまたどこかでベスティアへ続くホールでも開いたってわけ？
ミシェル、そのようなことを追求している場合ではないぞ。今までとは規模が違う。早急に襲われている人間たちを救助すれば。
分かってるよ。ことね、絶対にアンシャンテの外に出ないで。
Okay. Then both Miser and Canis rushed outside to navigate the commotion.
"まずい。数が多い上にあちこちへと散開している。
ああ、もうめんどくさいな。異世界の開けた場所ならまとめて吹っ飛ばせるのに。それにあんまり戦闘に気を取られると、イグニスを封じてる結界にほころびが。
Steel and magic clashed in the distance. Bitter pangs underscored my helplessness. I held on to Kororo, observing from the safety of my shop. Will everyone be okay? At a glance, there seemed to be more minotaurs than I'd ever seen. No matter how much I trusted Ignis in them, I contemplated the thoughts of casualties. A shrill scream pulls my eyes to the outside. It hadn't taken me long to spot the source. Karia! No! 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 Standing at the entrance to Enchante, I saw Karia standing with one leg inside the cafe wall. To his rear, an enormous minotaur huffed, eyeing him like a tasty morsel. As the minotaur raised his elbow high in the air to swing down upon Karia. Come over here! With the small, aquatic mammal in my arms, I pried the front door open. I used my free hand to grab Karia's forearm, yanking him in the cafe with all my might. Karia came summoning into Enchante. It might not have been pretty, but we were safe. I immediately pulled on the doorknob to shut the door when... a foot slipped into the gap, obstructing it from closing. The owner of the foot was not, in fact, the minotaur who had rushed Karia. Fuck you! Fuck you, I knew it was gonna be you. Hello! Thanks for the warm welcome, Miss Owner. Dromi! In self-defense, I attempted to shove him out of the door, but he tightly gripped my arm. I ended up relenting, which gave him enough leverage to force himself into the shop. Now then, with all those troublesome regulars gone, I'm safe since we both know they'd wipe the floor with me if they were here. Karia was quick to shout at the sudden intruder, shooting up to his feet. Karia squinted, staring at the intruder as a sharp coldness seeped around us. Whoa there! Would you go as far as to skewer Miss Owner and me together? Dromi spun me around, holding me in place before him like a shield, and the ice shattered before it could take shape. Coward? Come on. Considerate is more like it. After all, I'd consider letting this owner go and finding you one-on-one. What do you say? I might not be the baddest beast around, but I've got more than enough to kick your half-human, half-whatever ass. Dromi showed his teeth, implying that our resistance will put Karia's well-being at risk. Karia, don't do it!
でもこのままじゃ
I'll be fine. Please don't do anything dangerous. I think we should wait for Miser and Kanis to return. Karia pointed his disappointment at the floor, to which Dromi nodded smugly. Yes, yes, good boy. If you keep whining and crying, I'd have to gut you. However, Dromi kept his hold on me tight, putting between himself and Karia. Then, just as he had done on the night he infiltrated Enchante, Dromi walked me over to the gate and threw me into Bestia. That's the wrong word for throwing. That's the wrong spelling for throwing. Oh my gosh. I hugged Kororo tightly into my arms as we plunged once more into that icy world. As soon as we crossed over, my breath became vapor, reduced to an intense chill that nearly choked me. Surprisingly, though. Here you go! I'd hate for you to freeze to death. Drumming the erratic puppeteer wrapped a blanket around my shoulders. It was enough to stop my shiver, giving me a chance to catch my breath. Why go through all the trouble? Hadn't he dragged me in the first place, hoping I would freeze to death? No. No, we're the Last Supper. You're an open book, Miss Owner. It's written on your face. Well, don't get it twisted. I'm leaving here to die. That much is still true. After all, nothing beats a fresh catch for dinner, am I right? Or am I right? What do you mean? Fight him! Get him, Kororo! Oh dear, I thought I heard something. Looks like Kororo's came to play. That little sack has a pain in my ass. Think you're a guard dog, big guy? Don't you punt him. Kororo! Dromi's cemented face warped as he lunged to snatch Kororo from my arms. He then tossed the poor creature into the snowy ground like a rag doll. As I reached my arm out to Kororo. Ow! There, Miss Owner. Let's leave this nuisance behind. Come along. I'm taking you to the person you've been dying to see. Dromi dragged me through the plush snow. There was nothing I could do to resist. I winced as the rocky ground scraped my back. Bro! Hold on. He grabbed my arm and he's dragging me. Draw me, you bitch! I'm lying and he's dragging me by my arm. Bitch! Kororo, help me do something. I believe in you, Kororo. You got this. You can do something. I believe in you. Kororo! Can you open the door, Kororo? The hunger had become torturous, like my gut was being ripped from my body. How many days has it been? Any concept of time left me. I sat there pathetically, squatting in isolation inside that freezing cave. All I could think about was finding prey, which required me to break the barrier. I clenched my fist tightly enough to draw blood, using pain to hold my focus together. I should have told Miser or one of the others to put me out of my misery. I felt myself groaning in resentment. Then I see a faint glimmer of light, meaning there was an opening at the barrier. While stuff like spells and magic weren't really my forte, I recognized Miser's handiwork when I saw it, and that perfectionist wouldn't be caught dead half-assing one of his spells. If one of his projections, like the barrier up here, started to waver. Something in my gut told me to cast a look up at the ceiling, and sure enough... Hey, bro! Sorry to keep you waiting. Some wimpy, high-pitched voice echoed down from the opening, making my ears sore. I pointed my fist, hoping he'd take the hint before he pissed me off even more. Hey. Ignis. It was her. But at the same time, I could barely look her in the eye. But that rat bastard flung her carelessly through the barrier onto the shrine floor. After hours of trudging through bestious snowy fields, not to mention without any breaks, Jomi had shoved me into the cavernous shrine that housed the mural of honor. I collected myself, but when I looked up, it was him. But I couldn't make eye contact. The man I cherished most was separated from me, visible only through an opaque barrier. Ignis. It was him, all right. There was no mistaking his gentle eyes. But nevertheless, his name quivered in my mouth. In the moment, I unwittingly withdrew, giving into my fear of confronting him. Hey now, where are you going? You trying to run away? Jomi drop-kicked my back with a dull thud, knocking the wind out of me. Ah, yes, sorry about that. I'm just tenderizing it for you, okay? Surely you'll forgive me for that. That's right. Oh, brother. I bet this lady's the tastiest thing you've ever laid your eyes on, isn't she? Doesn't she look delicious? That day, I remember as clear as ever. The pure joy in your face said it all. Don't tell me. The reason Jomi dragged me all the way to this ice-cold cave alive is... Which is why I figured I'd make your celebratory feast extra special before you officially became Vonar. Bon appetit, big guy! Imagine getting to savor your favorite meal on the planet before becoming an actual god. Does it get any better? Oh, wow, you had no idea that was about to surprise you. You're speechless. It was the least I could do to repay you. Now, take as much time as you need. Savor every little bite. Are you sure? You can't help your instincts when there's prey right in front of you. It's a matter of time. Convenient that the barrier is breaking at the top, and not the sign. Jomi curled his lips with a menacing grin, unsheathing his claws and reaching over to tear my bandage with his sharp fingers. The bandage clung to my raw flesh, stinging immensely as he reopened the wound. Drip. As he ripped the bandage from my arm, droplets of blood dripped onto the ice. Ignis rushed to cover his mouth, retreating a few steps back as his instincts kicked in. His cry reverberated through the cave. I wanted to say cavern. The bug's back, bug! Go away! Go away, bug. It hadn't taken me long to realize how much agony his hunger had caused him. He swung his arms out, trying to gain even more distance from me. But all he could do inside his tiny prison was pace back and forth. Don't go. I wanted nothing more to say that. However, my arm throbbed as the blood trickled down. As my stomach sank, I stood rooted in place. He bit his own arm? Huh? My arm stopped hurting. Then, I heard the eerie sound of blood splash into the ground, and my eyes followed his path. The veins in Ignis's were ready to bulge from... The veins? I'm gonna assume the veins in Ignis's head were ready to... Huh? I think they're trying to say that the veins in his head were bulging. But he fought his ancestral cravings. He bit his own arm. At his feet, a river of blood flowed and thickened into a mixture of dirt and snow. The runoff trickled at the barrier's edge. I gazed in horror at Ignis's bloody claws. Ignis? Was that his blood?
わせろ。食わず。違う。
Ooh. Each time Ignis was tempted by the craving, he tore into his own body. His own body became burned and shredded. He was determined not to devour me. His commitment could cost him his life.
違う。んなことは俺の願いじゃない。俺の本当の願いは、叫びは、本能は。
I could only watch in horror. I kept my hands over my mouth, but I knew there was no running. I dragged my feet toward him. Watching his body begin to convulse violently.
来るな。それ以上近づいたら、ぶっ殺す。食い殺す。
Even in the end, while experiencing an onslaught to his mind, body, and spirit, he looked out for me. Just a bit closer. I walked to where, if the barrier had broken, I knew I would be devoured. But I continued onward. Until I reached a threshold I couldn't pass. I'm scared. I'm scared, Ignis. Just look at you. I barely recognize you. It's all because every time I look at you, I'm reminded of the moment you tried to eat me and my feet stop. I wonder why. I thought that when you love someone, nothing could stop you from being apart. That's what I thought until now. You know, whenever they try to, like, actually eat you. Yummy flesh. That's human instinct. Self-preservation. What was stopping me from reaching out my hand? In the end, I clung to a naive fantasy, whereas my actual circumstances involved a very tangible threat of my gruesome death. But through panted breaths, Ignis responded.
なもん、俺だって同じに決まってんだろ。
His voice howls in lament, echoing behind me.
なんで俺なんだよ。なんでこんな捕食本能なんてもんを背負わなきゃならなかった。
Because you're the otome route, Ignis. I hate to break it to you, but there's gotta be something wrong going on.
なんでよりにもよってお前を傷つけなくちゃならなかったんだ。ただ化け物の子孫ってだけで。
And the burden sat heavily on Ignis's shoulders.
本当はお前を拒絶なんてしたくない。あのアンシャンテでお前が作ってくれる飯をずっと食っていたかった。どんな時でも俺を笑顔で迎えてくれたお前の強さにずっと触れていたかった。俺はそんなちっぽけな日常すら願っちゃいけねえのかよ。
Ignis.
けど俺も分かってんだ。もう無理なんだよ。あと少しでも近づいたら俺はお前を間違いなく食らう。今もお前の姿を見て声を聞くだけで恐ろしいほどに腹がすき上がる。俺はもうきっと。
Don't say that. I really hope we're not on a bad route.
自分以外の命全部を餌だと思っちまってるんだ。なんてどうして俺は惚れた女にこんな欲望しか抱けねえんだ。
Tears began to well in my eyes. Despite the grimness of his desperate plea, the sentiment behind it shot through me like an arrow, causing my heart to skip a beat. Me too. My heart belongs to you. I don't want to fear you yet. My heart was all over the place. Feelings clashed, conflicted, and formed lines that could and would never intersect. Okie dokie, is mine wrapping up the sob story soon? Dromi once more kicked me from behind, sucking the wind from my out from my lungs. He crouched and grabbed me by the scruff of my neck, threatening me coldly. I'm getting real tired of your chatter, lady. I'd hate to think that you'd be like a Vonner. I'd hate to think that what you'd be like as Vonar's mate. Not that we'll have to worry about that. How's about we awake Vonar already? You're just so pitiful. Even for a human. All you're good for is a last meal. Before Jormy put his grubby hands on me once again. My vision inexplicably became bright red. Get him! Jormy had all of a sudden stopped provoking Ignis, so I mustered all my strength to slap him in the face with my open hand. But then did you use the hand that's hurt? And I remembered. I still had the face and okay. That terrifying truth hadn't changed. But my concern for Ignis was nearly eclipsed by the anger I aimed at Dromy for trying to make me an offering to Vonar. Dromy had slightly put his fingertips to the reddish spot I had slapped. A rare moment of reflection for the impish beast. Of course, as a human my slap did no significant harm to him, especially not to a beast. But Dromy slowly rose, pursing his lips as he searched for a response. You. How dare you, you meat scrap! Dromy knocked me down with a roundhouse kick. As Ignis gets closer to me, the scent of my blood travels to his nose and his cravings become heightened. His face crunches as he resists the urge, restraining himself from dominating me. Dromy watched the two of us, wide-eyed and apprehensive. Don't screw with me! Quit playing! Quit playing around! The werecat began to stamp his feet in anger as color filled his pale cheeks. Vonar, why you gotta hesitate? If you devour her, then you'll become unstoppable. Can't you see? We had the same dream. Both of us want to change the world. Let's get rid of all the evil and murderers, don't you agree? Ignis, fighting to keep his sanity, listened to Dromy proclaim a last-ditch monologue. I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to Vonar. Fuck off, big bro. No, you're totally wrong. Vonar is... You're... totally different from any other beast. Why don't you just slaughter the weak for sport? You don't just slaughter the weak for sport. Dromy continued on indignantly. You only kill to satisfy your hunger. You kill to survive. That's not evil, that's just your nature. You honor the dead by absorbing their flesh and blood into yourself. Then they live with you forever. You might spill blood, but you make it a worthy sacrifice. It's totally different. It was now clear how misguided Dromy had been. It was tragic. I'll say it over and over! Vonar will enlighten us, and show us the true path which all beasts should follow. Once Vonar devours all the beasts and destroys the endless fight for supremacy, of all you will see! Believe me, I've seen brutality. I've seen people killed for nothing. I had to sit and watch while all my friends and family were taken from me. That's why others might regard you as nothing more than a heretic of doom. To me, Vonar is salvation. I suppose from a certain point of view, his wasn't all that different from Ignis's, but it could never come to be. It was too bitter. Insane? Cruel? Cowardly? Yeah, fine, I know that better than anyone else. Still. You may think I'm in denial, but I'll spill as much blood as needed to awaken the calamity. Dromy has surrendered his fate, avenging his fallen loved ones by taking the whole world with him. Ever since that day, Dromy had nothing, but even now, he looked uncertain to fulfill his purpose. Despite his best efforts, he was once more at the mercy of uncontrollable circumstances. I could only imagine how tragic it was, how much pain he endured. Why are you leveling with him, Coltone? But I remained steadfast. You're wrong. While you and Ignis both pledged to change the world, your methods are different. What? For Ignis, the inherent value and beauty in the world around us isn't up for debate. He's the same as he's always been. He's a sworn protector of the weak, someone who'd give his life for others. That's why he fights. I continued. That's what set you two apart. He wants to save the world, and you're condemning it. My words fell on Dromy's deaf ears. Without a word, he kneed my head again. Or he kicked my head again, sorry. I was blinded by pain, but couldn't pass out. It wasn't just my head. My back, arms, just about every part of my body throbbed. Shut up! Shut up! You blabber on like you have any idea what you're talking about! You've lived a spoiled life. Humans don't worry about anything. Pull that silver spoon out of your mouth and shove it! I'm the only one who truly understands why we need his power. Vonar. I'm the one who understands! I coughed up blood each time Dromi kicked into me, which enraged Ignis even more. But it was futile, as his cries of anguish only poured gasoline onto raging fire that was Dromi's thirst for vengeance. Why don't you stop me yourself? Why won't Vonar come out already? How are you still conscious? Why? You're nothing more than an insect from the weakest realm of them all, so why are you in such pain? Such a pain? That's... Can't you see? This isn't what Ignis wants. You. Damn you, woman. Dromi pulled his leg back, gathering enough force to shatter my ribcage. I braced for the impact of his kicks, shutting my eyes in fear, but... A moment passed, and I looked up fearfully to see Dromi halted in place. His expression began to soften. I've had enough. But at first glance, it wasn't as simple as a change of heart, or even a surrender. I get it now. I hoped that bringing you here would be the finishing touch, but it backfired on me. Because of you, Ignis might not want to associate with Vonar at all. Dromi turned back to glance at Ignis, who watched him from inside the barrier. So if you won't eat her, maybe I will. He broke into a cruel, bitter laugh. To be honest with you, I've been watching you, just in case maybe I had to do some eating of my own. Well, here goes! If all I need for my fangs to rip her apart before I swallow it shouldn't be hard. Still got no stomach, so don't be surprised if I puke her up afterwards. Don't you? I'm not your snack. I'm not anybody's snack. Not to be eaten. Like that. Back off, Dromi. I fucking hate you. I don't want you biting into me either. Dromi capitalized on Ignis' shock, and the firewolf stood helpless as his old friend shoved me to the ground. Let go of me. Now, I wonder how you taste. He stretched his lips into a deranged smile. His fangs were pointed and gleaming. Ignis strained his throat, screaming, but Dromi reacted with a smile as I squirmed beneath him. Bye-bye. Any last words, Miss Owner? I'll be sure to give Vonar my full report of how you taste, don't worry. Okay, time to dig in. His sharp fangs pressed into my neck. The tips of the canines punctured holes. This was it. I was about to be eaten. As I nearly succumbed to my daze. The sounds of flames and igniting startled me. No! Ignis! I could have guessed what exactly happened, but as I cried out to him... It was too late. Whatever senses he could bundle together were cast aside, ironically to save me. A crimson storm shattered the barrier. Then... Firewolf! The flaming wolf of calamity let out a guttural, primordial roar of awakening. Bestia, land of the beasts. Its inhabitants follow a strict code of law. The strong dominate the weak and thin them from the herd. Tonight, once more beneath moonlight, somewhere in this vast, desolate place, someone's killing, dying, fleeing, or fighting. This order has been upheld for eternity. Its rules have been paid for and signed by the blood of all beasts. A crimson fiery tower rises into the night sky. Any beast whose eye catches the red flare blast upwards stop in their tracks and stare. It was strange. A bitter, intense frost covered the terrain, so thick not even sunlight could penetrate it. In the dark of this night, one could hardly see the moon. So, what was that? The answer puzzled all but a chosen few. A mighty howl blazed the surrounding area. A beast feared by all in antiquity, the beast that time forgot, the heretic of doom. The World Devourer. Vanar. Awakened after millenniums in hibernation. Thanks to the latent power dwelling in a young fighter, the flaming wolf was reborn. Led by the call of hunger in its stomach to satisfy the craving swelling within. The unforgiving winds, the blizzards. The ice melt at any distance near the flaming wolf. Observers from far away cannot make out the source of this mysterious pillar, but its light is nevertheless ominous. Upon seeing the flaming pillar, all beasts abandoned their skirmishes, struck by fear. It was certain death. This instinct came universally to all beasts. All except for one. Whoa, that's it! This is the real Vanar! At the feet of the snarling wolf who sniffed for prey, rejoiced the calamitous fanatic. That's right, Vanar! Devour! Devour everything! It's all yours! You're the strongest! Your time as the great equalizer has come. My hopes and dreams, my dying wish! Consume the strong and meek alike, spare no one from your just wrath. And cutscene again. What's going on? Are we going back to the other guys? There's Kororo too.
Kotone!
Hi, sir. As someone else's urging, I was shaken awake. As my eyelids slowly opened, the person I see in front of me was...
よかった。怪我はしてるけど、命に別状はないみたいだね。
I've got a bite mark on my neck now, too. Hi, sir. I glanced around. The restless field of ice, along with the shrine, had vanished into memory. Melted. With the aid of Miser, I attempted to stand, placing both of my feet on the cold floor. Canis and Rindo stared back at me silently, but something in their eyes worried me. Uh-huh. I knew that at some point I'd fainted, but everything else was a blur. How did I get back here safely? My face, my back, my arms. A dull pain coursed through my body. He turned. No, Ignis! Wolf! He went full flame furry. I remember everything. Dromi kidnapped me. Wait, tell me something. Where's Ignis? What happened to Ignis?
イグニスなら
異形の姿と化し、ベスティアの表現を失踪している。
That must mean... Did Ignis become... Vanar? As the reality sank in, I begged for all of it to be a mere nightmare. But all three nodded in unison at my question.
ごめん。俺たちってば毎回到着するのが遅すぎるよね。
まさにイグニスがバナルの姿になった時にちょうどここに追いついてね。
巨大な炎と祠の崩壊、そして何よりもあなたをバナルと化したイグニスから隠すので。
Oh my god! Bug going! I'm going to cry! Don't you dare touch me again! Fuck off! Oh my gosh! I'm trying to focus here. It's really serious. Don't stop. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I don't think it's a smart choice to say it's my fault. I'm gonna say Dromi outsmarted me. Because what could have we really done, to be honest, right? Plus, I don't think it's a good idea. Like, it's the whole thing, I think, with, like, Ignis, too. Ignis is like, oh, soon, gotta take the burden all by myself, right? If I say it's my fault, I'm taking the burden myself, too. This is a logical statement to say Dromi outsmarted me, so I believe this should be the better choice. Plus, like, in this instance, I would probably say this as well. I'd feel bad, but I would say that he outsmarted me. Dromi laid the perfect plan after all. Besides, you couldn't have just abandoned all the townspeople. I'm sure that Ignis, were he there, would have made the same decision. The part which hurt the most Ignis succumbed to his instinct to become Vanar, all to save me.
ともかく、イグニスも放ってはおけない。今からでも追いかけないと。ことね、君はどうする？安全面を考えるなら、ここに留まってもいい。
Miser offered his suggestion with a nod. It seemed he already expected my answer, but I appreciated his consideration all the same. I responded without hesitation. I want to go with you. No, there isn't much that I can do. I want to do whatever it takes to help Ignis return to normal. The princess! The princess. Back to this naming convention again? The power of friendship! This is what we were able to take care of Amasaki Island with the power of friendship, so... We're down 2 guys, but it's okay. We still got friendship that we can bring him back to the team. Yeah!
リンド、彼女の意思も確認できた以上、すぐにでも出発できるか？
Let's go. As Connors turned to face the man whom he directed his question, Rindo came huffing. A snowmobile?
正解。極寒の世界を旅するにはもってこいさ。調査班御用達
Oh,
の
this will make
特
it a
徴
little
品。
easier.
早く乗って。
Oh, okay. At Rindo's prompting, I climbed onto the rear seat behind him. Hanging on each side of the vehicle, Miser and Connors hung their hands and feet, sitting snugly in side compartments.
重量的なものもあるし、お強いお二人は飛ぶなり走るなりしてくれると助か
We
るんだ
want
け
to ride on the snowmobile too, Rindo! Don't be stingy. Let us ride and have fun.
大丈夫、いけるいける。風圧やらなんやらチート使って軽くなるようにしてあげ
I
るか
don't
ら
have
さ。
a barrier to worry about anymore, so it'll be fine.
いざという時のための温存だ。操縦はお前に任せるぞ、リンド。
Rindo curled his lips with a smirk, taking his boot into the pedal and revving the engine before.
じゃあ、飛ばしていくよ。荒くれ狼との追いかけっこだ。
The little pigs are chasing after the big bad wolf now. As the snowmobile dashed atop the dense snow, I gripped my arms around Rindo. Miser stretched out his head. Stretched out his head to share... Oh, okay. He stretched his head up to, like, talk to me. Miser stretched out his head to share info with me as we glided across Bestia. He informed me that shortly after subduing the mad herd of minotaurs around town, they came back to Enchante. Once Kari had gotten him and Connors up to speed, they entrusted him with Ale and left. Then they regrouped with Rindo at the GPM. They routed the Minotaurs near his location and managed to manipulate a fixed wormhole to appear in the vicinity of the shrine. Shortly after, Rindo had placed an order from the snowmobile for Mikado after debriefing the doctor of everything thus far.
見てよ!
Ignis! Rindo called to us, and sure enough, in the distance, a gigantic beast trampled on the frozen ground, crushing snowmelt with paws the size of our vehicle. Ignis! Somewhere beneath the flaming behemoth was the fighter I longed to see.
この距離であの大きさ、全長
Holy
20 メート
hell.
ルあるかな。さすがに圧巻だね。
けど、壁画の内容から察するに、
True.
あれでも可愛い方でしょ。このまま餌となる命を貪り、完全なバナルの姿になったら、
山を越えるほどの大きさになるということか。
Right now, what exactly is Ignis heading for?
当然、獲物となる魔獣たちが
Oh
固まって
no.
縄張りな。
Oh no, the little fox and the little bunny. Just then I heard a ringtone chiming from Rinda's coat pocket.
ごめん、運転で手が離せない。代わりに君が取ってくれるかな。
Okay. I'm here. Mikado! 'We're all here. Please just tell us the news. Whatever it is, just to get to it.
そこはせめていい知らせとセットにするもんだろう。たく、とにかく話せ。
Sorry, Linda. We gotta keep him away from the wormhole. What?
嘘だろ。
Droma, you dumbass.
なんでこのタイミングで。
まったく。
最悪。
最悪 even better. 最悪。
人間界は死神に呪われでもしているのか。
As we all proceeded Mikado's bad news, right before his eyes, Ignis came to a screeching halt. The calamitous beast let out a giant roar, swinging his nose in search of prey. Then, he shifted his weight and sprinted off in an entirely different direction. Ignis! I called out to him in the darkness, but showed no sign of slowing. Don't tell me. He's heading towards the portal of the human world?
あー、マジか。発生したホールから匂いを嗅ぎつけちゃったんだ。
Too good of a sniffer for his own good.
何よりも人間を好んで食らう。となれば、あのままホールをくぐらせては。
人間が根絶やしになるってわけだ。その前に何としても止め
Come
ないと。
on, guys! Power of friendship, go! Without much time to think, Grindo floored acceleration to top speed. We managed to catch up with Ignis, keeping him well within pace to stay right on his tail.
とにかく今は足止めを最優先と。
Miser motioned his arms. Miser motioned with arms, generating thick, colorful circles of mana that materialized into thick chains of light. This is similar to the Ill's attack. The magic chains pursued Ignis, tangling around his massive body to ensnare him. But the great wolf howled, warding off the incoming spell with his infernal pelt.
そう、やっぱ俺に高速系は向いてないか。だったら。
This time Miser had stretched out his palm. The ground before Ignis cracked. Miser's spell tore the earth asunder. The great wolf took a step backward and the ground started to give beneath him, forming a pit down into the sea.
よし、そのまま海に落ち。
I think we just vaporized the sea. A wolf was a wolf, no matter the size. At risk of losing his balance, the wolf needed to run nimbly and quickly. The great beast dashed left and right, searching for some solid ground before the entire sinkhole collapsed. The spectacle draws a look of awe from Miser's face.
むちゃくちゃすぎでしょ。でも元がイグニスなら納得か。
Don't commend him, we gotta catch him now.
ミシェル、感心してる場合じゃないって。
You and me both, Rendo. You and me both.
分かってるよ。だったら純粋にやるしかないね。
Miser thrusted his hand outward into a shape, then snapped his fingers. Then... A series of incendiary explosions occurred all over the surface of Ignis's fur. Even from a great distance away, I had to cover my cheeks from the blast produced by each deafening... the heat produced by each deafening blast. Miser, don't you think you're overdoing it?
どうやらその心配は無用のようだ。
Kotone, I know you're worried, but I think it's gonna be fine. As the smoke cleared from the explosions, Ignis had calmly carried on, acting as though nothing had happened.
体の頑丈さも反則レベル。小手先じゃノーダメ確定。
頑張れ、Miser。
というか、何より一番厄介なのは。俺の攻撃や妨害に全然反応してくれない。
本能のままにただ餌を求めて走っているせいか。それ以外にはまさに目もくれないか。
挑発や説得に応じない分、そこらの人が悪党よりもよっぽど立ちが悪いからね。
ならば我が先回りし直接迎撃しよう。さすがに真正面から攻撃をされれば狩りの邪魔者とみなし。
But Canis, are you sure that's okay? Usually Canis had no trouble assuring me, but even the Black Knight was at a loss for words. This time it seemed was an exception.
やってみなければ わからん。
No matter.
何もせず友が落ちる姿を眺めるばかりなどできるはずもない。リンド、速度を上げてくれ。
了解。少しでも可能性があるならかけるしかないね。
The snowmobile's engine let out a low grumble over the icy fields. Soon we overtook Ignis, and we were gaining a fair bit of distance. Kana slipped out of the snowmobile, unsheathing its enormous blade in a bid to distract Ignis. Miser followed soon after, covering his ally from behind. The vehicle zoomed some ways away from the fray, keeping a close eye on them.
足場やらなんやらは俺に任せて。ガチの殴り合いはよろしく。
Give it to him.
こ
Gotta
こへ
stop
だ。
him. We gotta stop you because we love you. The Black Knight and the Demon King. Even when facing two of the greatest warriors across all realms, Ignis didn't flinch.
琴音ちゃん、衝撃にそれて。
Oh, okay. The moment I stiffened my body, Hans took a giant leap. Whoosh! The Knight of Medio and the Wolf of Calamity clashed together, slamming the ground with intense impact. As expected, Conus' sword could not penetrate the blazing hellfire which covered the fur of his opponent. Somehow, however, the Black Knight managed to halt Ignis in his tracks. Miser was quick to react.
動けなくするなら足の剣もらうよ。
Ooh. Miser drew large circles above his head that summoned hellish spears, which he hurled towards Ignis's legs. However, the result was the same. It was, despite Miser's effort, futile. Much like the chunk of ice, Miser's spells evaporated before even making contact with their intended target. Does nothing work?
最悪の名前は伊達じゃないってことだね。
Yeah. Yeah.
なんか俺が雑魚キャ
Oh
ラ
my
みたい
gosh,
じゃ
can you
ない
not scream
君の
into
魔王様の設定はどこへって感じ。
Can you not scream into that, please? As I sat in astonishment beside Rindo, I noticed a small magic circle. It was, from what I recall, what Miser used to communicate with you.
とりあえずこの場にいる全員に通話用の術式と魔力を預けとく。これで最低限の連携は取れるからね。
Behind Miser, Conus was still in the heat of battle, clanging his sword at the massive wolf without breaking a sweat. Explosions continued to ring in the distance, likely from some spell that Miser automated while talking to us.
それで対策は見た感じだとバナルは無敵。このままなすすべがないってこと。
いや、彼はまだバナルとしてやっぱり完全には覚醒
Banar
してない
is
の。
vulnerable now.
今ならまだ付け入る隙がある。
Vulnerable?
それと今俺たちが苦戦してるのはイグニスを止めること、つまり救うことを最優先としてるからだ。あと一応俺には切り札っていうか、どんな化け物だろうとどんな世界だろうと絶対に勝つことができる力がある。それを振るえばこの戦いを終わらせることはできる。
But I need you all to leave. Miser, is that... As the cacophonous battle waged behind us, Miser heaved a sigh in anguish. Rindo frowned, having seemingly picked up on Miser's implication.
拘束や静止もうまくいかない。その上でイグニスに人間界へ侵攻する意志がある以上、俺たちは決断しなきゃいけない。
You say that in an otome game, Miser. That meant... Do you mean... killing Ignis? The other lion went silent. I took a deep breath, realizing the answer.
ミシェル、任せてもいいのかい。
ああ、もうダメだとそう判断した時には俺が全責任を持って
わかった。僕も GPM の臨時代表として同意する。
The two broached the topic diplomatically. I couldn't even eke a word in protest. With the fate of my world hanging in the balance, Miser Rindo had to make the toughest decision of all. There was no denying the threat to mankind posed by Ignis. That I knew. If he were part of our discussion, I knew for sure he wouldn't want to eat, kill, or put anyone in harm. If it were up to him, he would rather die. But please stop! During a pause in their battle. Come back, Ignis! I realized I couldn't abandon hope, so I screamed out to him in a parched voice. Miser, tune me into him. Send one of your magic circles up to his face, so I can talk to him. Because it's an otome, and that would definitely work. So long as I didn't make a bad choice in the past. Raising a corner of the ice field were several beast clans, grouped en masse. The strong and the weak. Tribes who had warred among one another days or even hours ago stood in harmonious awe. They gazed their eyes upon the magnificent wolf and trembled before its maw. I keep getting thrown off by the lack of channel points. Yeah, not yet. Not yet. No matter how many hours you spend with me, unfortunately I cannot bestow upon you some channel points. We're almost halfway there though. We're at 22 right now. We're almost halfway. One day I will be able to reward all the hours that you sit and watch with channel points. I wondered, is that that does definitely not the look of a monster? Why would you say that?
冗談じゃねえ。あんな化け物まともに相手にできるか。今のうちに少しでも離れるぞ。
It was common sense, even to savages. While all beasts communed in an unspoken trust, one that dared them to risk their lives in the name of honor and blood sport. The godlike wolf towered above them, superseded their futile search for supremacy. The crowd of beasts all nodded in agreement. Savage and civilized beasts all turned their backs to leave the battlegrounds together. Among their number was the kids.
ベスティアにいたなんて。
Oh.
ちょっとあんた、何をぼーっとしてんのよ。私たちも早く逃げるわよ。
After they struck up an acquaintance several days prior, the boy and the girl developed a strong neighborly friendship. The girl tugged at his arm, hoping his eyes would meet hers before they trotted to safety with the rest of the pack. The girl's ears perked upward, twitching in alert. The boy asked what she heard. What do you hear?
声よ。あの化け物の名前を呼ぶ声。
The boy squinted his eyes, blushing because her hearing was sharper than his. But he focused, listening closely. Come back, Ignis! Each impact cracked in the foggy air. The boy recognized the voice. It belonged to the human woman whom he tended. The girl and the boy exchanged a look.
IGNIS?
あれが?
Well, yeah. Both of them gasped in disbelief, but others soon began to hear the voice. The two put their heads together, trying to discern how exactly that monster was the same person as the beast who saved them. True, the firewolf and this great beast had similarities, and some beasts could switch between humanoid and animalistic forms. But even so, how much of Ignis survived in there? Judging by the beast's reckless, destructive movements, the answer appeared grim. What could have happened to him? What could save him? The boy and the girl took in the sight of the giant beast and realized they were terrified of its monstrous size. However, together they nodded and found resolve. Each of them put one leg before the other. They moved forward one step at a time, as if in sync. They were friends, no matter what. Both of them represented every beast who had ever owed their lives to Ignis. They bravely stepped towards the great calamity together. It was a sight to behold. The hardened beasts who would have hesitated to torture or kill them rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Fade scene out. My gosh, fuck off, bug! Go away. It's a serious. It's so serious. Go, bug! I swear. Oh my. What are you doing? Can you politely fuck off? I asked you so kindly. Please leave me alone. Oh my god, go away. I don't want to touch you. This is serious, okay? This is serious business, bug. Don't distract me. After the countless swings of his sword were powerless to deter Ignis' advance, Canis had begun to feel like he reached his threshold, just as his solid armor was close to bursting from the intense heat. Eel? The chains of light had suddenly appeared, restraining Ignis' giant body. This time they did not shatter prior to impact, and the fiery wolf found itself ensnared ensnared as it lashed out in resistance.
助かった。
Eel?
だが
You okay? What was that? Everyone glanced up at the sky in unison.
申し訳ありません。到着が遅れました。
Are you actually doing better? Please tell me you're not just freshly woken and just like, I'm still dying, but I'm here.
いる。まだ傷も塞がってなかったはずじゃ。
それがどういうことか、眠っている間に最低限の霊力が回復したようでして、カリア曰く、突然見知らぬ男が訪ねてきて、私の治療を行ったそうですが。
He was spoken a calm demeanor, flapping his wings while he recounted his story. Who would be? Is this the character maybe we haven't met yet?
状況はすべてカリアから聞きました。あれがバナル、つまりイグニスということでよろしいですか？
Yeah.
了解しました。能力も体力も全開には程遠いですが、
The team's
私
back
もなんとか戦
together.
闘行動に。
At least 5 out of 6 of us are. Snap. But as Il said his part, Ignis bit the chains of light, using his fangs to force them off. Then he rolled over, smashing his tail right onto Il's body. Ooh. Il! Freed from his metaphysical chains, Ignis marched haughtily on the icy field before turning to stampede over the downed eel. At the last second, a shadow swooped down. In the nick of time, Il was saved by a mysterious savior. To my surprise, it was not Canis nor Miser, nor Rindo, and certainly not me.
怖っ。何あれ、本当にイグニスなの？違ったら飛んだ骨折り損じゃん。
I squinted through the darkness, realizing there was something familiar about him. It was the frail beast boy who saved me. That was not the voice. That was not the voice he had before. He had a soft. It was a woman voicing him. He had a soft young voice. Oh my gosh, this game inconsistencies and localization. Oh my lord. As he carried Il to safety, he turned to look over his shoulder each time Ignis roared. Then shattered clumps of ice came flying from behind us. The specks hit Ignis' eyes. Everybody together! Rindo and I were frozen in place, puzzled by what we had just seen, but
どんだけすごいデカブツだろうと眼球までは丈夫じゃないでしょ。
everybody together! Rushing atop the bluff was another familiar face, a young grinning beast girl. It's you! I remember you.
バカみたい。そんな魔獣の話見たことも聞いたこともないわ。だったらなんでもっと早く両親が殺される前に来てくれなかったのよ。
Oh my gosh, my ears. Cut that off. all this time.
久しぶりね。相変わらず弱そう。
Well, I'm not in peak condition, sorry.
ちょっと見かけない間に情けない顔になったわね。
Huh? The young girl laughed. The young girl laughed air out of her nose, enjoying a smug laugh to herself. A rumble grew in the distance, signaling the rally of the beast contingent en route. Beasts of all colors and creeds, united by their size relative to Ignis, ran forth. Some of them stopped to pack tight lumps of ice into snowballs, hurling it like cannon fire into the towering wolf's eyes. Others leapt toward Ignis's snout, finding patches of fur to kick at to disorient the beast. While each attack did no serious harm to the wolf on its own, it was death by 1,000 cuts. The wolf was poked constantly in all directions, infuriating him to no end. He could hardly focus on Meisner or the others, and the frustration had become too much to bear as his flames began to wildly ignite.
おっと、これくらいなら俺も役に立つよっと。
From under his cloak, Meisner flipped his hand, deploying arcane shields which contained Ignis's flames and protect. What? From under his coat, Meisner flipped his hand, deploying arcane shields which contained Ignis's flames. Oh, okay. It contained the flames and protected like our lives. Okay, I see.
揃いも揃って戦いを得意としないであろう魔獣がこれはどういうことだい？
借りを返しに来たのよ。
で？
どいつもこいつも同じなの。
We were all taken care of by him.
今まで誤解してた。どっかのお人よしの不殺の魔獣に命を救われた借りがある。だからそれを返す前に死なれたり化け物になり果てられたら迷惑ってわけ。
Then it hit me.
なんつうか俺はこっちで喧嘩の他にも地元やこいつらみてえな魔獣の用心棒みたいなのをしててな。
Although he threw it out in cocky stride, here was the proof. It was all the people he had pledged to protect up until this point were gathered together as a community to save Ignis. The girl's proud declaration coaxed a smile from the faces of Meisner and the others.
そういうことなら作戦変更。
Change plans.
まっとうな攻撃や拘束が通じないなら、かく乱が得意な彼らのサポートだ。こうなったらとことん、イグニスの体力が尽きるまで全力でおちょくってやろう。
心得た。では魔獣たちの守護は我に任せよ。
では、私もかく乱行動をしたいとします。
Don't overdo it. Everyone fanned out, heading into position. Now, instead of casting wave after wave of powerful attacks, they redirected their efforts by drawing the wolf's attention away from his target, using a more peaceful solution to handle the beast. Rather than slay the wolf of calamity, they gathered courage as a unit to repay the ultimate debt to their survivor and friend. Even so, Ignis was slowly but surely making progress towards the wormhole, all while attempting to devour any beast unlucky to be swallowed. As this happened...
で、あんたはぼーっと何やってんのよ。
Well, huh? The girl barked me out of my
さっ
daydream.
きから様子を見てれば何もせずに黙ったりビクビクと怯えてばっか。
Wow.
あれ、イグニスなんでしょ。不殺の魔獣なんでしょ。あの時あんたを守るために戦ったあいつなんでしょ。
Yeah.
とんでもない姿になってるけど、その事実は変わらないじゃない。いい？あんたとイグニスの間に何があったのかは知らないけど、怖がんなら後にしなさいよ。あいつ私の両親みたいに死んでからじゃ何もかもが遅いのよ。
This girl give me the what for, huh?
ことね、行く必要はね。言ったろ、仕方ねえから守ってやるってな。
I gently placed my hand over my chest. My fingers felt the rhythmic thump of my heart, the one he swore to protect. There was something I could do. Something I needed to tell him. It was... Thank you. I clenched my teeth, grimacing at the truth of what she said, and thanked her. Rindo, everyone! I have a request. I poked my head over the crowd, commanding the group's attention with a loudly proclaimed proposal. I was being driven through the ice field, in the opposite direction from the wormhole. Rindo raced the snowmobile through the tundra some ways from the battlefield. Yes. The distraction effort is going well, but Ignis is still getting too close to the wormhole. That's where we come in. We need to draw his attention. Only one thing would work as bait. That's right. Oh, brother. I bet this lady's the tastiest thing you've ever laid your eyes on, isn't she? Doesn't she look delicious? That day I remember as clear as ever. The pure joy on your face did it all. He was lured to the wormhole by humans. Our only recourse was to tease him with an even more tantalizing scent. One came to mind. Me, I'm the snack. Quite literally. I smiled, watching as Rindo furrowed his brow behind the wheel of his snowmobile. I'm prepared for anything. So, Rindo, please get away from here.
やる以上は従うしかないよ、リンド。君がそこにいると、匂いが混じってうまく機能しなくなる。
ですがどうか無茶はせずに。イグニスが走り出すと同時に私たちも当然追いかけますが、
万が一間に合わなかった場合はすぐに傷口を塞ぎ逃げてくれ。
Who knows whether or not Ignis will heal? Down, down, boy, down. Bad boy, Ignis, sit. Got it. Thank you. None of them could leave their positions, so I responded affirmatively, holding the wishes to the beast people close to the heart. I tepidly reached my hand over to the bandage covering my wound. And then after, extending his look of concern, Rindo nodded slowly. Thank you. Okay. Whew. With that, Rindo spun the vehicle around, moving to a safe distance where he could still keep an eye on me. Gosh damn it! I know the script by heart. Apparently. Apparently knows by heart. I can predict what's coming next, even though I've never seen it before. Ignis sit just makes me think Inuyasha. I don't know, it's just like he's a fucking wolf. It just makes me think of like a dog. It's like, alright, sit. Stay bad, Ignis, sit. Drop it. Drop the body, Ignis. Drop it. Gotta reprimand him like a dog. You gotta assert your dominance as the master. So he responds to you. It's how you deal with beast form Ignis. I took a deep breath and what's in your mouth? Chews and swallows as quickly as possible. Absolutely. Gosh damn it, Ignis! I told you to drop it. Okay, serious now. We're getting to a climactic part. I bit my lip as I pulled the sticky bandage from my arm once again. Blood began to pour. Gush, more like. And I watched the pestered Ignis from a distance. He scuttled as the scent hit his nostrils. Reacting to the scent of my blood, the wolf shook his fur before kicking at the ground to blaze towards me. Ill-eyed the rampaging wolf, flapping wings to overtake the beast and secure me, but... He's ready.
まさか今まで一度たりとも全力ではなかったというのか。
Everyone across the magic circle gulped.
リンド、作戦は中止です。今の私ではあの速度に追いつけません。速やかに彼女の保護を。
わかった。
The flaming wolf had sprinted towards me at the speed of sound, stirring me with terror. As the one who conceived this operation, I anticipated this outcome. The outcome where nobody made it in time, where my life could end in an instant. The wolf had let out a delightful howl, ready to savor the taste of his meager prey. There was no kindness in his eyes as they locked on target. Me. Before I had a chance to move, the wolf stretched his maw open to devour me whole. But something beat him to it. At my feet, I heard something bounce. It plopped. It plopped repeatedly on the icy ground. The sound repeated over and over, building into a louder rhythm until I heard the ice crack beneath me. Kororo. Oh my gosh! Oh! Oh! I hear an adorable cry squeak beneath the lakeshore, summoning even more countless small figures to loosen Ignis's footing. Kororo, you have more family out there! Even he had been taken by surprise. I was also taken by surprise. Oh, that was so loud. And there was like 10 voices stacked on top of each other. Oh! Before Ignis could adjust his front legs, his hulking frame slipped into the water. My savior, Kororo! Waves began to crash, rippling through the immediate vicinity. Desperately, I shifted to my feet, hoping to avoid the wave. In front of me, I spied a small figure. I recognized that voice. I glanced down to see... Kororo! 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 You're safe! Kororo had been closely followed by a horde of beasts who looked just like him. It was the pride of Bacchus. Could it be? Were the Bacchus not extinct as we thought? It appeared some had survived. Somehow Kororo managed to rally them after being tossed aside by Dromi? Oh my gosh, more of them. The many Bacchus formed an orderly line, cheering me on from the side. I looked around me for Ignis. When I spotted him, he appeared to be locked in place, although something confused me. He groaned in frustration. Despite being, from my perspective, able to get out of his bind, he refused to. It was as though his mind and his body were out of sync. His willpower was diminished. Then I realized. Ignis! I discarded my role as his bait and I called out to him, running as quickly as I could to the huge wolf. However, there were shards of broken ice all around me. It was difficult to find steadier footing, much less run. My legs felt ready to give when...
行くんだね、イグニスの元に。
Yes, I am. Yes. The young boy came to my side, his eyes beaming with kindness. He generously helped me to my feet. He pulled my arm around him and supported my back, making sure I found my footing, and he led me to Ignis. Just as we reached the wolf, the rushing wave caused by Ignis's exhale rumbled the fragile ice.
このまま行って、イグニスを助けてあげて。
I'm going to try my best. The boy threw me from the cracked ice. He plunged into the sea in my place, thanks to his sacrifice. Ignis was right there, standing right before my eyes. I make a slow, tepid approach to his maw. The wolf immediately raised his head, tracking me, his prey with a glare. Following his ancestral instinct, the wolf bared his fangs to devour me. The beast cried out in anguish. His fangs halted inches from my face. Fight, Ignis. Yes, yes! Fight, Ignis! Fight it! The wolf opened his mouth and closed it. He began to flee, wincing with each movement. There was no mindless beast. I could hear him whimper in there. I knew it. You're still there. I took one step, then another, when... Oh! Fuck off, why don't you? I'm so tired of you! Huh, if you're so willing to make an offering out of yourself, why didn't you cooperate at the start? This is all a romantic gesture to you, isn't it? Maybe you'd taste better if you make him wait for it. No matter which excuse you choose, it doesn't matter. His ancestral instincts will prevail. Jeremy cackled maniacally, likely having watched everything unfold from the shadows. But none of that mattered. Who are you even talking about? What? I'm not wasting my time here right now, extending my hand to Vonar. He's awkward. And blunt. And he's like no one I've ever met. He's one of Enchante's favorite regulars. IGNIS Carbunculus. Damn you, woman. Enough of the cheese! Dromi raises his arms. Perhaps so he could strike me again when... Go off! Get him! I'm so done with you! I'm so done with you! Gosh! 2 chains suddenly appeared around his body, completely restraining him.
なんとか術式の届く範囲まで近づけました。
うちのお姫様は勝ち気で困るね。
Damn it! No justice! No peace!
やめときなよ、ドローミ。この状態で逃がすほど俺たちもバカじゃない。
You've caused such a problem here.
君にできることはもうないんだ。
Rip your tongue out. Thank you, Miser. Ill. I thank my 2 assistants, and I walk onwards once more. The pillar of light climbed into the night. At last I reached him. Sorry for keeping you waiting, Ignis. I whispered softly into his ears, running my fingers through his scorched fur. Ignis let out a tender groan. Then... We're trying so hard to... We're trying so hard to help you. I know you're worried. We're trying very hard here. Once more the calamity surged. Ah, I knew it. The same old Ignis still hides in there. You're resisting Vonar. Even now I know you're looking after me. I felt beside myself. But I'm sorry. I won't do what you tell me to do. I won't scream in fear, and I'm not running anymore. I still haven't given up on you. Winning the fight. The wolf tilted his head in confusion, uncertain of what I meant. I call it naivety. Or idealism. None of it mattered to me. Even if Ignis himself refused to believe it was possible. I believe in your strength. You're the strongest ever to live. Strong enough to overcome the instinct. Didn't I tell you before? That I will satisfy your hunger every day at Enchante for the rest of our lives. I haven't given up on that dream. What about you, Ignis?
違う。んなことは俺の願いじゃない。俺の本当の願いは、叫びは、本能は。
Tell me what you wanted to say. Tell me your wish. I want to know your heart's deepest desire. Suddenly, his enormous body began to convulse. Oh. Hi, Verb! Welcome in! Hello, Raiders! Welcome in. We're kinda in the climax of the storyline here, but welcome in, Raiders! Thank you, so. Hello, how is everyone tonight? I'm out of whack tonight. I'm focusing on this right here. But hi, everyone. Anyone new here? My name's Michio. You guys can call me Michi. I'm a digital archivist, VTuber. Essentially what I am is just a computer program, helping my developers store memories and make memories, so let's make some shining memories together. We're playing Cafe Enchante, which is an otome game, and the characters in this particular one are all supernatural beings of some kind, and I may or may not be on the furry route at the moment. We're not going to talk too deeply about it. The moonlit flames flickered above the frost. It was It was as though whatever lay dormant inside of him was fighting desperately not to vanish. Yeah, it's fury. This particular character is very furious right now. Yeah, yeah, I gotta do all these quests to get to Miser though, okay? This is my third choice, alright? Alright, and I didn't realize it would end up this like this. The flames weakened, and the wolf heaved a sigh before going silent. Then, he lamented, just as he had at the shrine, but there was a new life in it somehow. I believe in you, Ignis. Because the power of believing... Okay, I will say, in real life, the power of believing can do a lot as well. But in this particular instance, yeah, definitely the power of believing is definitely going to work here. Please don't eat me. You can eat my food, but don't eat me again. Damn, sounds like wedding vows. He cried out from the bottom of his heart. A malevolent force that compelled Ignis to feed. Are we gonna go back to human Ignis now? Howled for the last time. I've been devoured. In a sense. It had been totally devoured. He's back! After returning to his original form, Ignis lived out the life he had always wished for. There, Yosh, Yosh. Good boy, Ignis. I knew you could do it. Good boy. I called out to his sweet voice as he warps his warm arms around me. She was eaten that day. Stop talking about me like I'm dead! I was consumed by Ignis's love. Nothing else, nothing less, nothing more. Welcome back. You returned to me as quickly as you said you would. We shared in the same heat. We went to merge our lives into one. Yosh, Yosh. You did good, Ignis. At last, the night was broken, and a warm sunrise was birthed into that frozen realm.
そうだ。俺の本当の願いは、本能は、お前とこうすることだった。飽きるぐらい、お前の強さとぬくもりをこの身に宿すことだった。俺は、お前を男として欲してた。
Gosh, I know it's supposed to be like this because it's don't tell me, but some of these lines are just like, oh my lord, the cheese. But like, at the same time, it's like, wow, it feels good. And like I like Ignis. Like, I'm just doing his route to get the route done so I can get to Miser's route, but it's like, where is it going with this thought? Like, Ignis isn't really someone I'd be like, ah, yes, romantic love interest for sure. It's just I'm doing his route, but I'm just like, you know, I can appreciate it. And someone that's like, people that like the Soon characters, or the like strong characters like Ignis that are kind of brash like that, I can see that. And like, I'm sure the same could be said like when I did Condes's route. I'm sure there was some stupid stuff that I was just like, oh, this feels so good. Some of the lines that were just really like, oh man, laying on thick. Oh my gosh, please don't eat me, Ignis. You finally said it. You might run your mouth from time to time, but at least you're sweet. In my arms, I felt a warmth and a comfort I didn't know were possible. The thought brought a tear to my eye. Alright, young man, you behave yourself. I had to put you in the kennel if you misbehave again. And so, he shut his pass as Valnar. From a short distance away, our friends sat watching us, grinning kindly as we basked in our love. Yokuyata! Everyone did well. Thank you. Time to rest.
あらかじめ長めの休養を魔界で取っておいて、ああよかった。
ふむ、さすがに我もここまで苛烈かつ
Y'all were out there for a long time fighting. There's a lot of problems just one after another because Dromi is like, ha, you take this, ha, take that.
僕もこの年で肉体労働の徹夜ってなかなかね。
Everybody needs to go home and take a nap.
気絶しそう。
もういっそその場に寝ちゃったらリンド。
Yo, you okay, yo?
イルも消耗していた。
Yeah.
決着を見届けた途端に
Poor
気
Rio.
絶してしまったしな。
Poor Rio's suffering hardcore, man. So if you, it says I need to go home and take a nap. It is midnight. I don't know if at this point if it would be a nap more so than just sleep, but sleep is a good thing. Sleep is a good thing to have. I feel like we're nearing the end here though, which I was hoping that we would be able to get everything done in this one stream for Ignis, and then we can just hit it with Eel next time I stream this, which I think is going to be good because we're nearing the end here.
二度とごめんだけど。うん、いいもの見れたし、満足だよね。
Time to take a breath and just ah.
そうよ。むしろもっと誇りましょう。
You're so full of yourself.
私たちこの世界の最強の魔獣を打ち倒すための力になったのよ。
Yes, Eel's route. It's going to be set under the sea, and we're going to follow electric eels. It's going to be their route. Angels, fallen angels. I don't know what you're talking about. We're going under the sea, y'all.
もう弱いなんて誰にも言わせないわ。特にどこかの臆病な魔獣たちにはね。
そうだね。君たちの強さは俺たち全員が保証するよ。彼を倒したのも結局
It was everybody. The conversation unfolds amidst the chatter. But there was someone unable to accept reality. The young man fiddled his knees. Eat it, Dromi! Suck it! Suck it! You fucking suck! You're kidding. Everyone else was gathered in celebration, and the chains which had restrained him until sunrise were unhinged. But Dromi nonetheless stared into the emptiness, unwilling, unmoving. This is all a lie, bro. Is this some sort of mistake? Bro was gonna be the strongest! Vadar! But they stopped him. Not with weapons, but with words! Much to his surprise, someone responded to his cries out in the void.
間違いなんかじゃないわよ。あんただって見てたでしょ。
うん。負けたんだよ、彼は。
Oops, I'm sorry, kid. The people who came to the aid of Kotone. Those who overcame their weak designation, defied odds by conquering Ignis, the strong. Dromi turned the thought over in his head, letting the gravity sink in. He lost. Oh, by the way, I turned his voice off. I was getting so pissed off with him earlier. I couldn't deal with it. He was awful. He's been obnoxious from the beginning, and then once he started showing his colors as the antagonist, I was like, fuck you, Dromi. Fuck you. So I had to turn his voice off. I was so tired of it. So my dream to summon the strongest fighter of all time, Vanar, wasn't killed by the Demon King, the Angel, or the Knight, but by weak beasts and humans?
完全な最強などどこにも存在しないのだろう。だからこそ初代 古代のバナルも同様に
They put him to sleep
当時
for a
の
long
魔獣
time.
が人間に討伐された。
仮にこの先イグニスがもしまたバナルになったとしても、
I keep cutting them
きっと
off.
彼は
Oops.
この子たちや琴音に永遠に負け続けるんだ。
So happy now. Meanwhile, whatever Miser and the others were discussing was none of our concern. Hey, Ignis. Over and over, we couldn't tire of it. We basked in each other's warmth, exchanging sweet, tender words. You're so strong. You fulfilled your promise. You came back to me. I feel so safe in your arms. At first, Ignis was taken aback by my darkness. He let out a light-hearted chuckle. Huh? Was that weird to say? What do I not get? Okay, well, you literally overcame a fucking beast that was in your ancestral line, your instinct, okay? You can be strong too. Oh, I said, huh? Huh? Well, lucky for you, Ignis, you're on an otome, right? Otome, right? Otome route. So odds are my favorite. Oh, I was so worried I was on the bad route for a long time. I keep cutting him off. I'm so sorry. I'm entranced by the comfort of his embrace. The dawn brought a new hope with it. Ah, just then I feel all the gratitude in the world to be in the arms of the man I loved. His words complete me. I won't let you go either. I squeezed tight, bringing his body closer. The one and only wolf of burning... Oh my lord. Oh my lord. The one and only wolf of burning love. It was a fire we now tended together. It blazed on, illuminating our dark past and guiding us to a brighter future. Finn? 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 No? Oh, okay, we probably have an epilogue. They usually have an epilogue. I've got the credits here. I should take a drink of water. I've been talking a lot. But that was the end of Ignis's route. Now we are one route closer to getting Miser. Gotta take care of Eel, and then we will unlock Misers, from what I understand. Which is usually how it goes. I want to know who Wataru Hatano voice is! I'm not gonna go look it up though. I look, and I see Michi try to smooch the face. Hey! If I want to get the Miser's route, I have to do Ignis's route first, okay? Okay? I already talked about this earlier. I did not choose the furry route because I was like, ooh, furry route. I chose it because I had to do it eventually. If I want to get Miser, you also want to see Miser's route, don't you, Arya? I was not personally smooching the furry. I wanted to save him, but I was not smooching the furry. It's not like that it's not that I wanted to kiss him, Baka. Yeah, Ari, you want to see Miser's route? I gotta do this to get to Miser's route. Michi's last getting cut off. Oh no! It caught me by surprise. I took a sip of water and I immediately looked over to chat and saw that. A good hearty laugh. Ignis! Ignis! Okay, what's our epilogue? You're not allowed to hear. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know why everything cuts off. Laughter. No joy. Epilogue time. Oh my god, the bug! Oh my god! This bug, stop harassing me. I'm so done. I'm so done with this bug. Tired of it, like, banging into my knee and hitting my cheek. I'm so done with it. Kororo, save me from this bug. Oh my gosh. Fuck off, bug, okay? Kororo, mama! And papa, your family! You're so cute, Kororo. At first I was like, oh my gosh, this piercing creature screeched in my ears. I'm quite fond of Kororo now. I think he's very cute. Bug, go! Go! No, don't touch me! Oh, stop! Bug, get out of here! Get out of here! I'm so done with you! It's an attack mode. I'm so tired. All evening there's been this mayfly that comes keep flying over here because the only source of light in the room right now is my computer and the ring light. I'm so done with it. Oh my gosh, Kororo is very cute though. Huh? Okay, get on track. Get on track. We're almost done. Together, always together. Perfect. Yes. I hope you're home with your family down, Kororo. You can visit whenever you want though. Ah. Now, where did we put that new recipe book? Ah, found it! Right, I put it on the top shelf. Ignis, come use your tall arms to come grab this for me, why don't you? It's the bug trying to attack me. No, oh my god! I'm so tired of this bug! Stop! Yeah, this is the bug. It keeps dive bombing me. I'm so tired of it. I'm so done. I'm so done. I stretched up, reaching. Fuck off! Oh my lord! Get away! Oh my poor model got whiplash. Holy fuck! Tired of it landing on me. My lord, if it wants to light, go to the light. Leave me alone. Okay, there was the recipe book on top of the thing. I stretched up, reaching my arm towards the book I wanted. As I groaned from a sharp pain. Let me be nice and tall for you to get your recipe book. It was Ignis. He entered the room without my notice, slipping between me and the shelf to pluck the book I had been reaching for. Thanks, Ignis. I can still grab books, you know. My wound's mostly healed up. The pain will stop soon enough. Nyan. What a furry. Well, considering he is like... Okay, the irony, he has a Nyan shirt and he's a wolf. He's a wolf. He has a Nyan shirt. But at the same time, his shirt looks like spam, but just with the word Nyan. I also point at high up cupboards and look sadly at tall people until they help me. You know what? It's tough being short. It's tough being short. Ignis dropped the word so casually, but I hid my now rosy cheeks. Until recently, he seemed like someone who was naturally adverse to terms of affection. But something in him had changed, and it wasn't just my arm that throbbed. My heart beat so fast I could burst. I tried to distract myself, hoping my blush would start to fade before Ignis had noticed. So, it's already been a month. Time sure does fly. I'm sorry. Those beasts were better at throwing than I credited them. 1 month had passed since our battle against the legendary Vonar in the icy Bestian fields. Cafe Enchante had gone back to normal. At least, we had mostly reclaimed our normal lives. Although the neighborhood was still undergoing lots of repairs thanks to the Minotaurs. However, all of the after-the-fact dealings were thankfully handled by Rindo and Co. at the GPM.
本当に良いのですか? こちらの甘味や乙女ゲームのグッズをすべていただいてしまって。
もちろん、君の全開祝いってことで。
Now we're going back to babying you.
まあ半分以上は イグニスからの見舞いというか、負傷させたお前への詫びの品だ。
彼のお財布、しばらくはすっからかんだろうね。
それについては大丈夫じゃない？
He can get free food for the rest of his life now.
臨時とはいえ、新しい働き口見つけたんだしさ。
Naturally, all the regulars at Karya were beginning to arrive. However, there was one slight change, and one that had a bittersweet taste. We no longer had our adorable mascot in my room, or around the shop. He went home. Oh my ears. Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. It looked like y'all probably suffered on that one too. Ow. Yeah, I'm sorry. I literally went in and turned down the voice for Kororo before stream because I knew that sometimes he would hit shrill bits. The audio mixing in this game fucking sucks. So bad. There's no consistency to the level of volume for any of the characters. Like, even one character could have multiple volume levels. My lord, I am so sorry. Kororo and his family. Too loud. Too shrill. Kororo managed to reunite with his clan of fellow Pakas. Bye, Kororo.
Cool!
Alright, bye. And surprisingly, Kororo was able to reunite with his parents. Honestly, science aside, I couldn't have told them apart from Kororo. There was no way of knowing which was him, his dad, or his mom. Regardless, after reuniting Kororo with his parents, the little guy returned to Bestia's seas. Although, it wasn't goodbye forever. I remember you fighting the volume since like day one. Yeah, it's been tough. It's been so tough to try to get things to be balanced. Me to be balanced with the game, and then all the characters in the games. It's a crapshoot. It's a crapshoot at this point. I've done my best. I'm upset that they didn't show the parents unless I just missed it. No, they haven't shown the parents, but the way that they described it is that they look exactly like Kororo. So, that could just be... It could just be a, what's the word? Just a catch-all. Like, oh, we have one sprite. Look at them. So they all look like Kororo. Yeah. A little bit bigger, but just like Kororo. I think that's what she said. Or maybe not. I can't remember. She said something about size. Hold on. Honestly, size aside, I couldn't have told them apart from Kororo. There's no way knowing which was him, his dad, or his mom. So yeah. So size would be the only thing to determine who is bigger, who is smaller. But other than that, they look identical. I forget who was so quiet. Who was quiet? I don't remember who was quiet. I remember I was fighting to get my voice online. On level with everyone else, but... I don't know. But yes, Kororo! Kororo had somehow managed to convince his clan to uproot their settlement closer to the gate. That way they could spend their free days visiting me whenever I crossed over. Before traveling to Bestia was dangerous as hunters prowled the Badlands. It was practically asking for travel. What? Before traveling to Bestia... Before traveling to Bestia was dangerous. As hunters prowled the Badlands, it was practically asking for travel. There's no logic in that particular sentence. It's missing a word again, I think. It's missing an idea. I think what they intended to say was, before traveling to Bestia was dangerous as hunters prowled the land. It was, if you traveled through there, that was not a good idea. I don't know how to rephrase that off the cuff right now, but... these lines, sometimes these lines. Big Kororo with a glorious mustache. Both parents! I think it was the music that was really quiet and everything else was loud. Yeah, it could have been that. I don't know, it's been a nightmare. This game has been a nightmare to try to stream. Trouble is what I assume, asking for trouble. Maybe that's what it is, asking for trouble. I don't know, this game. But since then, Bestia has seen better days. Thanks to the uprising of lesser beasts who fought in the battle to stop Vanar. More savage beasts who once hunted the lesser beasts for sport. took mercy on their fellow beasts. While they're not wearing flower crowns and dancing in fields, at the very least the beast learns to cool it on the raids. Perhaps other descendants of Vanar exist. This thought came up from time to time. So esteemed Bestians came to a new unspoken agreement to reduce the brutalism. At last, Kotaro could live in harmony amongst his kin and Bestia. It is a bunny! It is a bunny! A little bun girl. The QC team is asking for trouble. Honestly, me as someone not qualified, I could have whipped this, at least the text for this game, I would have whipped it into shape so easily. Here, let's, here. Let me scoot out of the way. You can look at her, fully look at her cute little sprite. She doesn't have a name other than Frail Beast Girl, but look at her. She's so fluffy. So floof. So small and floof. Very cute. She's a firecracker of a personality though. Okay. Whoa, no, wrong button. Whoops. At last he could live in harmony amongst his kin and Bestia.
まさか俺の望んだ変化が俺がバナナになることで生まれるとはな。
Ignis muttered to this to himself, but something seemed to disturb him. After what happened, Ignis decided to relocate his life to the human world. He moved— Bug! Fuck off! Stop! You stay over there now. Don't come over here. I'm done. Stop. I'm so done. I've tried to catch it too and I can't catch it. I just wanted to end. Oh, okay. He moved in with me and Enchante. With his wish filled not only fully, he no longer had any reason to return to Bestia, as he achieved top supremacy. And although it wasn't his fault, Ignis knew he had to atone for the crime of letting his ancestral instinct run wild. So, for now, he was hired as a part-time worker at Enchante, assisting me with duties for the duration of my injury. Lest we forget, the one who orchestrated all— No, I don't want to talk about Dromi! I want to be a happy epilogue. My gosh. Time to put a fly swatter on throne. Oh my god. Go! Get out of here! Nothing says shrimp like buying fly swatters. That's definitely something that could be put on throne, but I'd be curious who would put a fly swatter on throne, honestly. Just don't stand on a swivel chair if you attempt to fight it. Unfortunately, I'm sitting in a swivel chair, but I'll try not to stand on it. This would be so funny. You play all around with hand work. You're laughing at my torture. Suffering for content. That's what Kyo says, huh? Suffering for content. The one who orchestrated it all fucking drove me. Fuck off. Good. Just keep him locked up for the rest of his days. Let's euthanize him. Right. After being apprehended by Rindo and Kanis, Dromi was once more sentenced to imprisonment at the GPN. From what Rindo had told me, he had been locked in solidarity. He's been locked in solidarity! No, serious here. From what window Kawu! Oh my gosh, it's almost 1 in the morning for sure. From what Rindo had told me, he'd been locked in solitary confinement the whole time. Despite the feelings of betrayal, the situation was especially tough for Ignis, who still cared deeply for Dromi. I get to see all my friends suffer with bugs. Mm.
あいつのやったことは許せねえし、許されるもんでもね。ただ、生きてる限りは、俺と同じように、てめえの罪と向き合う覚悟が必要になってくんだろう。
I just assumed solidarity was another type of word. You know what? Honestly, I could probably get away with saying anything, and if you're not reading the screen, it could be construed as something that is literal text on the screen that I'm reading aloud.
けどな、俺の分は そうだな。あいつがいつか正気に戻るようなことがあれば。
And then.
1発、
Yeah.
2発。いや、50発の顔面パンチで
No,
済
no,
ま
no,
せて
no.
やるか。
No, 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 no. Not that many. Much more than that. Maybe I misheard you, but did you skip from twice to 50 times?
足りめえだ。やらかしとはまた別に。
Ignis gently brought his hand to my cheek.
あいつにはお前の体を散々痛めつけられたからな。まあ、俺も奴のことは言えねえが。
He stroked his finger over my cheeks as though he was looking for scars, over and over again. I'm fine now. What about you, Ignis? How is your body holding up after everything?
もう心配すんな。あれからは制御できねえようなおかしな空腹が湧くことも。
Perfect. Only for hamburgers and steaks? Not my arm flesh?
とはいえ、しばらくは様子見も兼ねて、普通の飯も控えることにするけどよ。
I see. But even before the cravings began, you appeared to have a healthy appetite. This must be quite the challenge.
そんなことはねえよ。飯の代わり
I have your love. Oh my god. Tune in next time when Michi makes up all the dialogue to see if Soap's actually paying attention. Just start spouting off some otome bullshit since we'll be starting ill next time. No one would know the difference. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Before I knew it, his lips were pressed onto mine, taking small, playful nibbles. It was hot! I felt his body quivering on mine as we pushed onto the bed. Oh my god, Ignis! The taste of his lips, all of him. He tilted his head, pecking me from my nose down to my neck. Then he flashed a bold smile. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. I can't even. Oh my lord. Oh my god. Bad. Bad, Ignis. We're on stream. Not just lips pressed together, right? Oh my god. Oh, Ignis. Down, boy. Down. Down. Oh my lord. Oh my gosh.
傷跡の分も含めて俺が責任を取ってやる。ま、仮に責任なんぞなくても逃さねえが。
Oh my god. Oh, that meant from now on our lives were one, spent in the secrets of whispers from our bed. Oh my god.
ああ、んなもん却下だ。魔獣相手に加減なんて解くもんじゃねえぞ。ことね。俺の運命のつがい。お前の心も体も丸ごと全部。
Oh my gosh. Oh, I can't fucking breathe.
血の一滴から指の先。他の奴らに渡してやる
Ignis, oh my gosh.
一生をかけて隅々まで愛して味わい尽くしてやる。
With a passionate gaze, even with my cheeks the shade of wine, I returned a smile of surrender. You don't need to remind me. I won't run away. I want all of you to consume my heart. Now that's a real. Oh my god, Ignis. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Oh. Oh, Ari, you missed it. You missed it. He already ate us physically earlier. Now he's just getting to the other kind of eating us now. He took a chunk out of our arm earlier in the story. Oh my gosh. Yeah, once we get through this little bit here. Ah, no, of course my face tracking stops now. Whatever, I can't be fussed. I can't be fussed. Here, we'll go ahead and just turn that off for now. Oop. We'll just turn that off for now because let's see here. So it's not too weird. We'll do that. Man, what timing on that? You know, I'd rather it go out now than earlier. I was fighting with it so much earlier. I'll do a recap for you as soon as we get through this other little prologue thing that now shows up. I can catch my fucking breath. My gosh. IGNIS. I gotta go back and clip that. That was way too fucking funny. Gosh, out of nowhere. Fucking dog. How? Why? You and I are supposed to be equals. He was supposed to be with me. And still, why was he the only one who was saved? What was the difference between me and him? Unis. A new prologue is now unlocked. Unis? That means one. I know this because the Unis honest. I thought that's English. To most normal people, I'm sure they would see that at first as well too. Oh my gosh. Okay, I need a drink of water. Yeah, that super popular channel that was only around for 1 year, a few years back. Unis Anus, absolutely. Don't die, Michi. I'm gonna try. IGNIS caught me off guard there with his... Oh my god. Okay, so... to everybody that was tuning in late, okay, I'll give you a recap of what I remember from IGNIS's route. Clear my throat here. Oh my gosh. So, what I remember is that there was a... Oh, we're going into... No, let's not. Can we not? Thank you. I want to talk here, so let's not do that. So what I remember is that we did all the prologue stuff that was the same from all the 3 other routes, and once we got into his route, we were in Bestia. Oh, there was Minotaurs that kept coming out into the real world through wormholes, and so we were in Bestia trying to investigate that, and kept finding them. It was like, oh my gosh, what's going on? And they had like cloudy eyes, and they were really weird, so we were trying to figure out what's going on there. And slowly but steadily, as we're investigating that, we go back to IGNIS's hometown area, and we come to find out that way back in his youth, he ended up, I guess during a raid, whenever someone was attacking his stronghold, where he lived, not only did he kill everybody that was raiding, he also killed a good portion of his, like, kinsmen, and everyone was afraid of him from there. And so that's why he's kind of a loner. But later in the story, come to find out, there's like this ancient god. No, why is it so short on that? My goodness. Come to find out, he has an ancestor from way back when that was that big fire dog, essentially, right? And it was just vivaciously hungry for everything, you know, the one to eat humans and beasts alike. It was just delicious flesh and blood. And so, truth come out, what happens whenever he kind of, what's the word? He sees red, essentially, occasionally, whenever he smells blood. And that essentially was just the instincts that were lying dormant within him for this, this creature that he has attained blood from years and years, skipping down the lineage. And so that's what happened with him, and turns out Dromi was a bitch and was set up to try and make that happen this whole time here. which I was kind of sus about him for the last couple chapters. I've always thought he was obnoxious. I always thought he was the most obnoxious thing on earth, and I fucking hated drumming. Why is that literally 30 seconds before it goes to the opening again? Can you not? But turns out he was the one that was literally orchestrating everything. He learned about, not Canis, Ignis's origins because there was like hieroglyphs in this ice cave shrine area, and it told the story of the original, firewolf creature thing that caused terror upon the entirety of civilization. And so he decided the best way to avenge his people is to take the entire world down with him and unlock the full potential of Ignis to turn into this creature and kill everyone, including himself. He was this weird cult groupie, and it was like, weird dude. I don't know why you're going this way. You're being really weird. But yeah, and then he was just like, Dromi was literally causing problems left and right, and I was just like, can you stop? And another problem would come up that he would cause me, like, can you stop? And there'd be another thing that I was helpless to do, and no one else could help me, and it was just like, can you stop? Can you stop? Stop. Was that even 30 seconds? I don't even know. It's better than voice lines every 6 seconds when trying to wrap up Genshin. See, that's whenever I just put up, like, D-Luke, and you just hear, like, the hawk. You just hear the hawk. He's quiet, which is nice. But yeah, Dromi was causing problems left and right, and then eventually Ignis kind of woke and killed all, or what's the word? There was Minotaurs that killed the rest of his clan, so I believe he's the last of his people now. And then, what's the word? Everything went to shit, and then he's seen red, he wasn't in his right mind, he beat up Ill, and started beating him up, and then came and take a big old chunk bite out of my arm, and was like, tasty human blood, cotone. I'm just like, oh my gosh. And then everyone came and saved me, and then they locked him away, and all this shit happened. Dromi's still stirring shit, and it's just like, oh my gosh, it's just getting worse and worse and worse. And then Dromi's like, I'm going to bring you back and drag you back to Vestia to offer you as the last supper to awaken the beast within Ignis by having him consume you. Yay! This is what we want. That didn't end up working out though. So, what's the word? Where's I going with this? I lost my thought here. Anyway, so that happened, and Ignis broke free, but he turned into that big old wolf. He did transform because Dromi was like, guess what? I guess if you're not going to actually unlock it yourself by smelling her blood or watching me beat her up, I'm just gonna be the one to eat her myself. And so he pushes me down the ground, is about to eat me, and then Ignis changes, and all hell breaks loose. And it's like, well, he was trying to help me, and I feel bad for that. But then everyone has to come back together, and we did the grand finale there, where I think most of y'all were probably tuned in at that point. But yeah, that was Ignis's route, and then that epilogue. Oh my lord, oh my lord. I can't not forget that now. I have to go back and go clip that. That was, oh. I feel like there was another thing I want to go back and clip too earlier in the evening, but that, my brain is, oh my lord. I can't think of anything else now. Fucking Ignis. Fucking Ignis. What an ill-trained dog. I feel like this is worse than the Corpse Party opening. I can't say. I've never played Corpse Party. I had Corpse Party at one point, but I'm too chicken to play horror games, so I ended up just selling it. I'm all for work-life balance, but I think this is pushing it. Ah, man. Okay. I think this is gonna be where we call it. Fucking, oh my gosh, so... Stop! I said that I was only on this route with Ignis to get to Miser's route to unlock it. I'm not here for that. Gosh, I'm trying to think. We've done Canis, and then I did Rindo, and then now we've done Ignis. I don't think it was like this. Ignis's was, Canis's was very sweet. I think in the end he ended up proposing, if I remember correctly. I think so. In the flower field. Something like that. It was very soft. Very sweet. And then Rindo's... What was Rindo's ending? I can't remember Rindo's ending, but I don't remember it being like that. Unus Canis, oh my gosh. Unus Canis, only one Canis. You're right, there is only one Canis. That is correct. I don't remember it being like that in Canis's or in Rindo's route. But then again, Ignis is the most, like, I don't know, sprightly one out of all of them. Plus, he's technically the youngest. No, I remember that. I meant the epilogue. I was thinking of spiciness. I don't remember Rindo's being spicy like Ignis was. I do remember. I do remember that. Okay. I do remember. I remember that. So. I didn't kill anyone. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I wasn't the one that killed her, by the way. I was not the one that killed her. And she was on a murderous rampage. So, she was also looking to consume and devour everyone. So, I was not the one that did that, okay? Alright? I was not the one that killed her. I did not touch her, okay? Okay, I did touch her because she touched me. And she gave me a hex. But, I did not come for her. I did not go for her throat. I had no weapons at my disposal. She was terminally ill with is a monster disease. Unfortunately, she was. Yeah. Poor Shizuku, to be honest. Poor Shizuku. She did not ask for that. She did not ask for that at all. But yeah, if you want to go see what... if you want to go see how I killed Rindo's sister, I've got my VODs up. I've been working real hard to try to get my VODs up. I think I'm up to date on all my VODs on YouTube. So, if you want to go back and watch it, I should have my YouTube pinned in, not pinned, it's in the panels below in the socials, where I have all of them uploaded exception for this one, I believe, at the moment. I've been working hard to keep track of that and, what's the word, keep up with that, because, oh my gosh, the backlog Kyo has for all hers, the folder, the size of the stream folder that she has of just stream recordings, literally from the last year, my lord. We're currently getting, I believe, April of last year. That's where I'm currently at and uploading those for her. So we're behind. We're way behind. She did not keep up with that very well at all. But anyway, VODs are on YouTube if you want to catch up on the previous routes that I've gone through, because I've gone through 3 of them now. We've got 2 more to go. But yeah. Oh, I should probably end it off here. Because it is 1 a.m. now, and I've been talking. Well, I'm having a good time talking. My lord, I need to get off, and I need to go, I need to go clip those. I need to go clip those bits, because Ignis the horn dog, my lord. But yeah, thank you everyone for coming out tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed watching stream. I had a good time with this. I think Ignis is pretty cute. Like I've said in other streams, I wasn't, what's the word? Out of the 5 choices, the 5 bachelor choices, the 5 different routes, for once I actually was like, okay, they're all decent, you know? Like, not that I would be going for all 5 of them, but at the very least as characters, I appreciated all 5 of them, which I was looking forward to, because I'm like, yes, finally one where I don't only have to, like, sit and trudge through a route and be like, ugh, I gotta deal with this character, blah blah, just to be able to get to the main, like, true route. But yeah, Ignis was just fun. And honestly, it seems to be kind of, like, escalating the more and more I get through these, and I'm not sure if I'm going down the right path or not. Not the right path, that's not the right phrasing. The way kind of seems like the most small potatoes one at this point, because I don't know if there was any threat to the real world at that point. I think it was all within Medio. And then in Rindo's route, that was a threat to the world, but we were able to contain it, and now we had Ignis, so not only a threat to the world, but also one of the characters, the literal fucking route, the man's route himself, was the one at what's the word? At odds for this particular route. So, I don't know, maybe I've just picked them in escalating order before we get to, not Rindo, Miser. So we'll see how Il's route goes before we get to Miser, because I'm sure Miser's route's going to be really lore filled, just because he's locked behind the other 4. And I'm going to assume that our questions are going to be answered, specifically from these weird opening prologue scenes where it's like, what's going on, and like the whole static thing about being, whenever we got mis-teleported the first time we went to Medio. I'm assuming this can all be answered in Miser's quest, and that's usually the true route has the most like word. Bug, fuck off! I'm ending stream now. Okay, you can go away. Leave me alone. Let me finish stream. I'm gonna stop talking. I swear. Okay. But yeah, so that's gonna build up, and we're gonna keep on with Il's route next time. I'm not sure if we're gonna pick this up. Where is today? Today is Saturday. Bug, go! Go! Can you politely fuck off? I got it. Oh my gosh. It's gone now. Get out of my life. Get out of my life. I got it and it is in the trash can now. I'm so done. I'm not sure if we're going to pick this up again. What's today? Today's Saturday, so Tuesday would be the next day. I'm not sure if we're going to pick this up on Tuesday again. I'm going to see about getting schedule stuff put up by tomorrow. So look for the schedule tomorrow on Twitter, which Twitter is also linked in my panels below. So if you want to follow me on Twitter, I post my schedule, and when I'm going live, I've been trying to post other stuff, but it's been time keeping up with everything. So for sure I can say the schedule will be posted tomorrow, and it'll usually be the pin tweet, and then anytime I'm going live will be posted there as well. Other than that, we will pick up on Il whenever we continue this, whatever next time we continue this is. Which will be fairly soon, because I want to get through it so I can get to Miser's route, because my games take a little bit. I think it's usually about 2 or 3 streams per character route, so it'll be a little bit before we get to Miser, probably another, oh my gosh, might be by the end of the month, might be the beginning of April. But yeah, we'll pick up at that. Schedule will be out tomorrow on Twitter, and I can't think of anything else. Let's see here. Talked about YouTube VODs, talked about Twitter. Oh yeah, if you guys like to sing, I also started, I made myself a Smule karaoke account, so I can't really pin it, or not, I can't really link it because it doesn't really have a link necessarily, but if you download the Smule karaoke app from like the App Store and stuff like that, I use the same username, so Michio_EXE, if you want to join there and you can sing with me, and we can sing together and have a great time together if you guys like karaoke. I can't think of anything else to plug, so, let's see here. You know what? I've been trying to remember to try to raid, but it's always like 1 or 2 in the morning and nobody's on. Let's see here. As we go into the opening sequence. Yeah, like nobody is on. Yeah, maybe next time. Maybe next time. So I guess we're gonna end it here. Like cut off the opening here. I'm sorry, opening. I'm sorry we can't open when we're ending. But yes, okay. I will bid you all farewell, and I will see you guys on Tuesday with whatever I decide to do on Tuesday. So I hope you guys have a good night, and I will see you guys next time. Bye bye!